everyone, commissioners. Nice to see everybody in the chambers. Commissioner Cummings, great to have you back in the chambers. I know we missed you. We missed you last month. I will call this meeting into session at 3:01 p.m. and we will start by the invocation. Mr. Immediate Past Chairman, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Tonight's invocation is going to be offered by the Reverend Dr. Lenny C.K. Marshall, New York City native, raised and educated in the Bronx Public Schools, now serving Tallahassee as the pastor of St. Philip AME Church, located right there on the corner of Centerville and Bradfordville Road. Dr. Marshall, Reverend Dr. Marshall, is also now the full-time chaplain at our Leon County Detention Facility, so we are very excited about that. I want to thank our sheriff for investing in that program. I know that's very important. So thank you for being here, Dr. Marshall, and please lead us in our invocation.
Let us bow our heads in a word of prayer as we go to the throne and thank God for this day. Gracious God, our Father, Lord, we come on this Tuesday afternoon, a day we've never seen before. Day, Lord, where you woke us all up this morning and started us on our way. We thank you, Lord, for grace, mercy. Thank you, Lord, for providing for us. Thank you, Lord, for keeping us in our right mind and unveiling to us our purpose for the day. Lord, we know we are a community of one. We come, Lord, as a unit, coming to serve and coming, Lord, to be a blessing to those in need of a blessing. Lord, we could not do what we do had it not been for you. So, Lord, we thank you for this time together. We pray for our commissioners right now, that you might continue to impart knowledge and wisdom in the decisions that they make and the impact that they will have on all the citizens of Leon County. Lord, you're a good God. You're a provider. You're an awesome God. Lord, you look beyond our faults and see us at our needs. So, Lord, we just ask for your presence in this meeting right now. Every person who stands behind this podium will have something to say, Lord, that will lift you up, that will remind us that we're all in this together, all of us striving to take this life one day at a time. And on that day, Lord, when we return back to you, that you be pleased and allow us a home in your kingdom. But until that day comes, we say thank you for this meeting today. Bless this meeting. Keep us all, Lord, in the bosom of your heart, Lord, that we might glorify you even the more. And we'll be ever so mindful to give you all the honor and praise. For we do love you, we bless you, we glorify you. We say this prayer in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. It's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Dr. Marshall. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Chairman, the county administrator wanted to remind me, Dr. Marshall, that he is also from the Bronx. Yes, and you guys, he wants to get together and see if you guys can figure out how the Yankees can win another World Series finally with that big budget. You know what I'm saying? All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Immediate Past Chairman. I will now recognize Commissioner Cummings. I believe she has two proclamations. The first one is a proclamation recognizing the 5th anniversary of the Black Business Expo. Commissioner Cummings, you are recognized.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Will the recipient, Mr. Von Wilson, Mr. Keith Bowers, will you join me at the podium, please? Hey, how you doing? Where's Von? He's not here. Okay, I don't see Mr. Von Wilson, so I will present that to you, and you can hold it. And I will read it. And it reads, whereas the International Economic Development Council, through its prestigious Excellence Award program, recognizes communities throughout the world for distinction in economic development. Whereas forged in resilience during the early days of the pandemic, when the Office of Economic Development and the Big Bend Minority Chamber of Commerce provided grants that enable Von Wilson and his business enterprise, Mega Ace Media, to pivot and thrive. Since that period, Von Wilson has dedicated his efforts to empower Black-owned businesses by championing access to funds, strengthening networks, and fostering meaningful partnerships. And whereas the efforts of Von Wilson led to the first Black Business Expo Tallahassee that was launched in 2021 in partnership with the Office of Economic Vitality. This expo continues to be a groundbreaking platform that connects Black-owned businesses with agencies, financial institutions, and major corporations. Since its inception, more than $56,000 in grants has been awarded. Strategic partnerships with major construction firms have been forged, and the forum has attracted participants from all across Florida and beyond, which underscores the growing national appeal of the expo. And whereas the Black Business Expo has continued to expand, in 2025, new milestones were achieved in a myriad of areas, including a 22% increase in attendance, with 279 participants, 72 businesses, 12 state agencies, 23 sponsors, and $16,000 in grant awards. And whereas the 2025 Expo also generated 88 new vendor registrations with the City of Tallahassee, Leon County Government, Leon County School District, and the Leon County Sheriff's Office. At this expo, the inaugural, and I quote, Direct Connect, end quote, networking forum was launched and designed to link minority-owned and women-owned businesses with larger construction firms in the local market. And whereas the Black Business Expo Tallahassee, in partnership with Mega Ace Media and the Office of Economic Vitality, is approaching its 5th year anniversary, the expo continues to be a vital platform for collaboration and economic empowerment, to expand opportunities for minority and women-owned business enterprises in Leon County, Tallahassee, and beyond, and has been rightfully recognized by the International Economic Development Council as a premier international model for advancing equity and inclusion in economic development. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners of Leon County, Florida, commend the Office of Economic Vitality, Von Wilson, Mega Ace Media, and the Black Expo Tallahassee for the visionary leadership, internationally recognized achievements, and steadfast commitment to foster a stronger, more inclusive, and more resilient local economy, and for having earned the 2025 Bronze Excellence Award for Economic Equity and Inclusion from the International Economic Development Council. This is dated the 10th day of February, 2026. It's signed by our illustrious chairperson, by all of the commissioners, and attested to by a great county administrator. Congratulations. This is Keith Bowers with the Office of Economic Vitality. Mr. Wilson was supposed to be here. I'm not sure what happened, but Here he comes. Congratulations. Would any of you, and you missed the reading of it, but this is it. I present it to you. And Mr. Bowers, would either one of you have anything to say?
Please excuse my tardiness. Legislative season in our business is extremely busy, so we're between events and we were able to run over. Couldn't find a parking space, but thank you for the opportunity to be here before this body. We're excited about the Black Business Expo, not necessarily for our company, Mega Ace Media, but the fact that we've been able to partner larger businesses within our community with small Black businesses to give them an opportunity to advance has been the grace behind the Black Business Expo. I'd like to thank Keith and the Office of Economic Vitality. They push for this event to be successful. And first 3 years, it was a one-day event on Saturday. Now, since last year, it's grown to 2 days. And we're very thankful. Thank you, Ma Cummings, as I call her. Thank you, Keith and Daryl and the whole staff at OAV for supporting us through this effort. And thank you to all of the businesses who thought it not robbery to invest in it. We've given away over $65,000 in grants, and that's all funded by those businesses. So we'd like to thank every business that has partnered with us over the last 5 years. And I have to recognize my wife. We were both running, but she is here.
Do any commissioners have any comments?
Commissioner Proctor, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, one and all. Mr. Vaughn Wilson he has some ingredients within his DNA that makes him an exceptional human being. Then he went to an exceptional high school, and at Florida A&M High School, and he is an All-American in the Hall of Fame as a Florida A&M University football player. And those traits that push and make for greatness, which can horizontally move from one aspect of a person's life into another aspect. They're transferable qualities. And then the best thing of all is his wife is 7 times better than him. Keep him on the straight and narrow. Ms. Wilson, I ain't talking to Vaughn, but we thank you for propping him up and keeping him going forward. We're going to continue to look to you for both of you all's success. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other commissioners? Vaughn, great to see you. We appreciate all that you do.
Okay.
I guess I need
Come
to
on,
get
Mom.
it here somewhere.
Well, while we're taking pictures, I guess I will comment. Most people don't know, but Vaughn Wilson is not just champion for this expo, but he's been a champion for our MWBE program. I don't know that there's been a bigger advocate for the program than Vaughn Wilson, and he'll tell you more than anybody how much the program has helped him, benefited him, found him in a time when he really needed it. And so I want to thank you for being that ambassador. The Black Expo the Business Expo is absolutely phenomenal. But when you think about what you've been able to do, coming from being an MWBE to what you've done now, I think that's even bigger. It's not just what you do business-wise, but it's the way you give back to the community. And I think it's because you recognize that what the community has given to you. And so I guess that's the athlete in you. That's just the way we're taught, we're raised. But to you and your beautiful wife, thank you so much for what you do for our community. And can continue to be an advocate for businesses in Leon County, but especially our MWBEs. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, Commissioner Proctor.
Mr. Chairman, I would be remiss, given this is African American history, month, the 100th year celebration of remembrance, reflections on African American contributions to American life, founded by Carter G. Woodson, 1926. But in that vein of business, and I mentioned Vaughn's background, but just for the record, to make sure that our scriveners capture that Vaughn is a part of a family that owned the FM radio station here in Tallahassee. So when I say that, he has an irregular background, not irregular, but irregular. And his family also owned a newspaper here in this community. Again, an irregular start in the beginning. And his father was the business director as athletic director, making sure that bills were paid, revenue came in, all of that. He's been around that thing. And I think that it's very important in times when African-American history is being challenged, that to note the business contributions of not just Vaughn, but he's standing on a hell of a legacy. And again, salute.
Thank you.
Commissioner Minor.
Mr. Chairman, really quickly, I just want to thank the two of you for everything you do for the community. Let me ask you a question. How many of you here in the audience have had a chance to go to one of the expos over the last 5 years? All right, we've got a lot of great new customers here for the next time. So if you haven't had a chance to go, please next time it's on, go there. You won't regret it.
February 28th,
February 28th. February 28th. What time?
12 noon at the Moon.
12 noon at the Moon. My family and I have been there. It's worth your time to go. Help support our local businesses. These are good businesses that are doing a great job helping to prop up our local economy. Thank you very much for your outreach to them and supporting them and for this community. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Cummings, we are now on your next proclamation, recognizing the Office of Economic Vitality and Demerol International for the development of the Somo Walls project. Commissioner Cummings, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Keith Bowers can stay. Is Mr. Burra Demerol? Let you guys hold the proclamation. And the proclamation reads, whereas the Office of Economic Vitality is the economic development arm for Leon County government and the city of Tallahassee. At the direction of the Blueprint International Intergovernmental Agency Board of Directors, the Office of Economic Vitality awarded over $1.75 million in gap financing to Demerol International to complete the Somo Walls. And I know most of us have seen it. It's beautiful on South Monroe Street. Whereas the Somo Walls development became a catalyst for the revitalization of the South Monroe corridor and fueled small business growth, empowered local artists, created new jobs, and strengthened neighborhood identity and pride. And whereas the project far exceeded projected economic outcomes by generating 47 permanent jobs, providing annual wages and income of almost $1.8 million, sustaining an ongoing economic output of $6 million. And whereas Demerol International advanced diversity and inclusion by voluntarily adopting a 35% participation goal for minority, women, and small business enterprises, and by working with the Enterprise Division of the Office of Economic Vitality to identify certified minority women small business enterprise firms. And those firms earned $1.7 million from the Somo Walls project. And I think that deserves a round of applause at this point. And whereas the project integrated sustainability with innovative building practices, Florida-friendly landscaping, and the addition of 1,200 linear feet of sidewalks. The artistic identity of Tallahassee was celebrated through the Somo Walls Art Collaborative, which showcased cultural expression of local talented artists. And whereas the International Economic Development Council, which is the world's largest organization that serves economic developers worldwide, honors projects that exemplify excellence in strengthening communities and transforming economies. And whereas the Office of Economic Vitality, in partnership with Demerol International and its co-owner, Bura Demerol, received the Gold Excellence in Economic Development Awards for Real Estate and Reuse from the International Economic Development Council, which recognized Somo Walls as a transformative development that transformed an underutilized property into a vibrant hub for business, art, and community life. And whereas this international recognition exemplifies the commitment of Leon County government to support bold redevelopment and economic vitality. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners of Leon County hereby commend the Office of Economic Vitality, Demerol International, and Bura Demerol for vision, for leadership, and dedication in advancing the economic and cultural vibrancy of Leon County. We encourage all Leon County residents to join in celebrating the success and impact of this transformative product. Dated this 10th day of February 2026, signed by our illustrious chairperson, as well as all the county commissioners, and attested to by a great county commissioner, county administrator, elevating him to commissioner, but our great county administrator, Mr. Vince Law. Congratulations. Let's give them a round of applause for this.
Thank you. Put a couple things together. First, I would like to express our appreciation for the Leon County Board of County Commissioners and Commissioner Cummins. I would like to also individually recognize and thank Commissioner Nick Maddox and Commissioner Proctor for their support throughout our project. And here, Director Bowers, Daryl Jones on the Office of Economic Vitality side, we will not be able to make it here today without their support and without their overall interest in helping our project. Now, Somo Walls started with a very simple objective. It was taking an underutilized block of our city and turning that into a destination. Since opening, we have served collectively through all of our tenants about 200,000 guests. And these guests didn't exist in South Monroe Street prior to our project. We were able to attract them there, and we are very glad we did. They had amazing time through our concepts, and they engaged with our project and our property through our tenants, and we are very thankful that we were able to accomplish that. We created permanent jobs, temporary jobs, but overall, this recognition by International Economic Council is not the only one. We were also recognized by a couple other prestigious organizations, such as the Urban Land Institute of North Florida, American Institute of Architects. We were highlighted by the Florida Caribbean Architect magazine, and overall, one of our concepts at Somo Walls, the Monroe, just recently got highlighted by the Good Grit magazine. Last year, it was the Taste of South magazine. And again, another award was given for the interior design. So all that to say, without your help, we wouldn't be here today. We are very grateful, and we really worked hard to show a quality execution throughout this project. I once again like to thank Commissioner Cummings and rest of the Board of County Commissioners for supporting this, and moving forward together, we're going to continue to breathe life into South Monroe Corridor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, for some reason it flashes in my mind as Mr. Demerol was speaking, 11th chapter of John, somewhere in the 30 verses, 30-something, 37, I believe. And the question was raised, could not this man have raised this dead man, Lazarus, had he been here? And it's hard to contextualize a biblical scripture relative to what all he said. But I take that to the initial points that this man had a vision. And the questions in terms of before we supported him is, could not this man, who we don't even know what he's saying when he's talking, which is not a bad thing. We didn't know what Bad Bunny was saying, but it went over good.
Hey, leave Bad Bunny out of this.
No, but we didn't know what he was saying, but it seemed to have been real good. But we felt his heart, and we supported him with the thought, cannot this man. And it goes to show that Mr. Bowers and others in the pipeline of approval and looking at this project did not judge this man on how he talked or didn't talk, but they looked at the mechanics of the deal structure and felt it warranted public dollars and support. And looking solely at the numbers of possibilities and coming south under the underpass, who would put billions of dollars invested that deep in the south side on that side of Gaines Street is a phenomenal private entrepreneurial investment to take that chance. We don't see that kind of private money coming. So it's all in the spirit and the context of is unprecedented. But nevertheless, this business has wrought well, even to the point that 4 days ago, the Black Caucus had a luncheon there, and the state's Black Caucus, legislators, and United States Congressman, historic figure, Representative James Clyburn, was the speaker there. And the best thing I did this year was buy his book signing. Took the book home. My mama ain't stopped reading it yet, wouldn't put it down. And it has been open to the likes of James Clyburn, and even a meetup 2 years in a row in December for high schools of Leon County. Ms. Demerol has been an open space. You feel comfortable there. And the money that we have invested, pound for pound, measure for measure, you can't point to books that have returned on the investment, the measures of which his business had. So I say congratulations, and we're very proud that you took the chance in a part of town few people do. A lot of people are running and fleeing from south of Gaines Street, but you came and dropped a stake in making a difference. So thank you very much, Mr. Demerol.
Thank you, Commissioner Proctor. Mr. Demerol, I appreciate, as a hospitality guy myself, I tip my hat to anyone who is willing to invest in the food and beverage industry. So I appreciate your investment to Leon County. Anytime I'm in your restaurant, I see many District 2 folks there. So I appreciate the jobs that you've created, and I appreciate the investment on the south side of Leon County.
Congratulations. This proclamation is well-deserved. As Bill, I told Christian I didn't want to speak, but I felt necessary because of the accomplishment that you're getting and what you've done in that spot for the South Side. I had a frat brother who owned or who was running a gym out of the beginning of it. I used to ask him all the time, like, what's going to happen with this place? 'Cause he told me he had to move out. I don't think he could have imagined that it would be what it is today. And so, for what you've done in a CRA district and what you brought to that place, and the revenue that you've added to the coffers of Leon County, CRA, and the city of Tallahassee, I want to say thank you. But more than that, for what you brought to the South Side. I think, it was one time I was talking to a young man, or a developer actually, I won't say names, but I asked him, I said, well, why won't you guys go into Frenchtown, or why won't you go into the South Side and look at, trying to put, nice restaurants, maybe some apartment buildings there, stuff like that, new homes. He said, well, the market's not there.
Who's not there?
The market.
The market.
The market's not there. I said, that's the reason the market's not there. Yeah, I said, well, what about if you build it, they will come. And he repeated, the market's not there. And so I think you saw past what some couldn't see and built something that we can be proud of. So I appreciate you taking a chance. Even though if you thought the market wasn't there, you decided to build in a place that nobody else would. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Maddox. Next, you guys want to take a picture? Great. Oh, Commissioner Minor, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Demerol, real quick, just my colleagues have said pretty much a lot of what I wanted to say, but I just want to thank you for taking the risk and the investment in the South Side, which is really important. And if you think back just a few years ago, the transformation that's taken place in that area is astounding. So thank you for everything that you've done. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right, Commissioners, next proclamation is a proclamation recognizing Ms. Lottie L. Johnson for her exemplary public service, lasting contributions, and positive impact to the community. Commissioner Proctor, you are recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's okay to say good afternoon back. I said, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we thank y'all. I want y'all to know how excited I am, honored I am. A movie came out, I believe last year, it was on Netflix. What was it? 688, thank you, Doc. And it talked about our African-American women who were postal workers during World War II. And that mail had been backed up and stopped up and stagnated for, these sisters went over there and kicked it out. Yeah, they straightened it out. Lattimore said, let's straighten it out. And they straightened it out. And just want you to know, want to recognize. Ms. Lottie Johnson, would you come, your husband, your family members, please? Lottie Johnson. Ms. Johnson, you know that I had to put on you a tie today. Come on up here. You know,
I thought about that when I saw
you ain't dressed until you. And I have asked Commissioner Carolyn Cummings if she would be tender of heart and stand here with me and with us because African American women as postal service providers has been historically recognized in that film. And I think that this sister would, where's the thing? Rachel, where's my, all right. Now, when you see Ms. Johnson downtown, she always has this towel around her neck. Y'all seen her? And I like, man, that sister there. All right. Ms. Johnson, come on. Y'all come near, draw near in faith. Okay. And y'all can be proud of y'all mother. Whew. Whereas Lottie L. Johnson is united in marriage to Dr. Nathaniel Johnson, and together they are the proud parents of one child, Natalie Marie Johnson. And whereas 2007, Lottie Johnson and her family relocated from Miami, Florida to Tallahassee where they established roots and proudly made Tallahassee their permanent home. And whereas Mrs. Johnson began her professional career in public service in 1992, securing employment with the United States Postal Service, through which she has demonstrated unwavering dedication and commitment. And whereas in 2010, Mrs. Johnson was assigned to a detailed postal route serving the Florida Capital, Leon County government, and Tallahassee City Hall, providing essential service to local government offices. And whereas for more than 15 years, Mrs. Johnson faithfully served these governmental institutions, contributing to the daily operations of public service with professionalism, reliability, and care. And whereas her work ethic, positive attitude, and commitment to public service have earned the respect and appreciation of her colleagues, supervisors, and the residents of Tallahassee. And whereas throughout her 34 years of service with the United States Postal Service, Mrs. Johnson has exemplified a humble spirit, a genuine love for people, and a steadfast dedication to the citizens of Tallahassee. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners, Leon County, Florida, that Lonnie L. Johnson is hereby recognized for her exemplary public service, lasting contributions, and positive impact on the Tallahassee community. Dated this 10th day of February, 2026, it's signed by our county administrator and attested to by all 7 commissioners. Mrs. Johnson, I present you this proclamation for the extraordinary work you've done. And before I give it to you, I want to make one final, I need for you all to appreciate that Mrs. Johnson is working in perhaps the Supreme Court of Florida, the United States Federal District Court, the state capitol, City Hall, Leon County's government, all of these lobbying firms, all of these law firms. She's not just caring to these people Family Dollar advertisements like I get in my mail, you know, what they call junk mail. These are matters of public policy importance. They're time sensitive. They're contracts. They're settlements. Stuff of the most important nature of some of the most important and credible people of Florida. And it's the kind of work that she can't afford to be not on top of her game every day, because these are the kind of people come for you if you mess them up or you don't get there on time. Crybabies and high maintenance folk. Ms. Johnson, I wouldn't work in your shoes for nothing in the world, but we say to you, congratulations, you're doing a great job.
Thank you so much.
15 years serving probably the most demanding place to work in postal service in the state of Florida. To God be the glory. You like to say something? Please do. 15 years serving all these crybabies. Ms. Johnson, you want your towel, Ms. Johnson?
I have extras in my truck, trust me.
Okay.
Good afternoon, good afternoon. I want to
On a crosswalk and even have the right of way, you're still vulnerable. Students walk as much as anyone in Leon County. We rely on crosswalks, sidewalks, and intersections multiple times a day to get to class, work, and home. When those spaces aren't designed with safety as a priority, the risk is shared by everyone who uses them. I urge you today to create a complete streets ordinance for our community. This ordinance won't change what happened to Ellie, but it can help reduce the likelihood of similar tragedies and ensure that our roads are safe and accessible for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Rohan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, that concludes your public speakers. And just for the public record, just to remind the board on the previous speakers that your complete streets policy is actually, the board has elevated that and placed it into your comp plan. So it is part of your comp plan. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll hand it back to you.
Awesome, thank you. Actually, we are now on consent, Mr. County Administrator. So, Commissioners, do we have a motion for consent? We have one item that's been pulled, so I believe it was item number
14.
14?
14.
So
Move consent.
Move consent minus item number 14, moved by Commissioner Welch, second by Commissioner Maddox. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, Mr. County Administrator, passes unanimously. Mr. County Administrator, who pulled number 14?
Item number 14 was pulled by Commissioner Minor, and I'm happy to provide a brief introduction.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, again, this item provides an update on Leon County's successful hosting of the 2026 World Athletics Cross Country Championships at Appalachian Park. I won't go into the complete analysis here. You've heard that at your recent retreat. This item includes all of the stats and the economic impact and the global exposure, and also outlines the next steps to build on that momentum in carrying out also the board's adopted strategic initiative to provide a framework for Leon County to become the permanent home to the championships. The item includes all of that and also seeks board authorization, recommends board authorization of the chairman's travel to accompany a staff delegation, if you will, to the next World Cross Country or World Athletics Council meeting, as a follow-up to ongoing discussions that have been had with World Athletics President, an invitation that was made by the World Athletics Championship to the chairman to, again, just to emphasize the board's commitment to becoming the long-term and permanent home of the championship. So with that, Commissioners, happy to answer any questions you might have. We have no speakers on this item, and Mr. Chairman, I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you, Mr. County Administrator. Commissioner Minor, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations to everyone in all of Leon County for working to make this cross-country championship what it was. It was a tremendous success.
Commissioner Minor, I need a motion on the floor.
I have a motion to waive requirements for just this one item.
Could you restate the motion?
So waive the requirement for making a motion during speaking for this one agenda item.
I'll second that.
So we have a motion to waive the rules for this item?
Yes.
Okay, second by Commissioner O'Keefe. Any discussion? All those in favor to waive the rules signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, passes 6-1.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I want to congratulate everyone for working so hard on the cross-country championship. It was a tremendous success. I hope we can make it permanent. I think we've got a really good chance to do so. And Mr. Chairman, I think you've got the votes on this item, and I do believe that you can increase our chances of hosting future World Athletics events by going on the trip. For fiduciary regions, though, I've got to vote the other way. Nevertheless, I wish you and our staff the best of luck. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So what did we pull the item for? What's the
He
issue?
wanted to make a statement that if staff recommendation is moved, that he will be voting in opposition for fiscal reasons.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, you're
I
recognized.
move staff recommendation, option 1.
Second.
Motion moved for staff recommendation, moved by Commissioner Cummings, second by Commissioner Welch. Any discussion?
Discussion, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Proctor, recognized.
In terms of delegation attending, what is the expected sources of paying for the travel of the delegation, may I ask?
Yes, County Administrator?
Commissioners, we would do that out of existing budget.
Okay. All revenue come out of the existing budget. Okay, and this comes from, in support of my understanding, an effort to go and seek international revisiting from the world to come back to Tallahassee. As I've read the reports, actually witnessed what we saw, I am so happy that we're sending the delegation that we are. And if among us, if there is someone who is persuasive, I believe that the chairman is a part of this delegation, that if he could get Buc-ee's or whatever to come to Tallahassee, hell, he's the one that ought to be going. We need him. We need all of what we're sending. A few years ago, to make sure that you know that this is not unprecedented, when city took leadership and the county permitted me to be a part of the delegation, went to St. Martin to create a sister city agreement with the nation state of St. Martin, Caribbean, that we sent city leaders, a big delegation there. And coming out of that partnership, a sister city agreement, was a new posture agreement that allowed for students coming out of the Caribbean basin to pay in-state Florida prices for tuition to go to our institutions at FAMU or Florida State or TCC. That's significant. I don't know what we might achieve relative to that, but if we just get that group to come back, that's a huge step. And one of the things that is required, that you all well know in international circles, that when the head of government travels, that sends a serious singular statement of the seriousness of purpose with which we hold to receive, and we put our highest ranking officials to beckon our acceptance of and endorsement of this coming back. I see Russell, hey Russell, was a part of our Tourist Development Council. You all have allowed me to serve on the Tourist Development Council, and at our meeting on last Thursday, 5 days ago, our hearts were set. Oh, our chairperson, I'm so sorry, Ms. Person, our chair of the TDC is here. Ms. Personette, our hearts were delighted, and we were warmed, charmed that our delegations were set and ready to pursue this opportunity. So I'm looking forward, and I'm glad this item was pulled, that I might make this statement in support of, to know that the TDC, through all of you all who are here to support it today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure.
Yes, Commissioner Maddox.
Yeah, I want, whenever.
Yep, I got Commissioner Maddox, Commissioner Welch, and Commissioner O'Keefe.
Carrie, can I ask a couple questions, Mr. Administrator? I just want to kind of change some of the narrative on this. Carrie, how much revenue was generated when the past world events came to Leon County?
We have not had any previous world championships.
Well, the one we just finished.
As far as revenue, we're still tabulating it because World Athletics will give some back to us. But the revenue, if you look at revenue and like sponsorship type revenue, you look at revenue as like visitor spending.
Let's just say what you can count right now.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Yeah, if you're looking for overall economic impact, it's over
Yeah,
$4 million,
okay.
$4 million for the event, and that's our preliminary estimates. We expect that to grow.
I'm sorry, I used the wrong word. I should say economic impact. You said
Okay.
you said about $4 million?
Thank you, thank you.
4 million.
4 million. How many days was the event?
The event itself was one day, but the athletes and everyone came in for the event on Sunday and Monday of the week. And many came in weeks prior to come see the course and train.
How many countries?
52 countries and federations,
We have 52 countries and federations in Leon County.
correct?
$4 million.
Yes, at least.
For a day event. And they came in when?
They came in the week of, like Monday, Sunday, Monday of the week, so almost a week.
Can you talk about some of the contractual obligation that led to this trip having to happen?
The one that we're
Yes.
contemplating in this item. What that really leads to is the World Athletic officials were absolutely blown away by what they saw. They said this was the best World Athletics cross-country championship they have ever experienced, number one. And the president and CEO of World Athletics, all their officials, some of the members of the World Council that were here had never seen anything like this before. And they expressed from the start, when they were out at the course that week, that they really saw that this team and this destination knew how to put on world championship events. And they expressed a need right up front that they would like Leon County to be the host of this event. So we bid on it. When we bid on it 5 years ago, they said it was the best bid they have ever received. Then it was up to us to deliver on the promise of that bid, and we did. And that's why they are interested in having the discussion to bring the event back here to Leon County.
Mr. Administrator, specifically the contractual obligation that led to this trip?
In terms of, when you say the
If I
contractual
understand it,
obligation.
I think I read it correctly, there was a after-action
Well,
report where...
yeah, as part of our commitment, the host community attends a council meeting wherever it's held in the world, usually at one of World Athletics' world competitions, and then a post report is delivered after the event. And again, we're going to try to make the most of that post event and turn it into more than that. And again, like I said, build on that momentum and secure the event as our the permanent home to the World Cross Countries.
Okay. I ask those questions because I want folks to know that this was not just a trip that staff just came up with and said, oh, we want to go to Poland. I mean, this is something contractually staff is going to have to do. I want to thank Carrie and your staff and the team and the board. I think there's like a board of folks who actually did this for us, for being so professional. I think Amanda Carpenter was part chair. I think he had another chair that was helping get this done. So impressive so that they want to come back. How often is this event?
Typically every other year. COVID threw the schedule off a little bit, but it is every other year.
Every other year, so $4 million every other year. Has the World Cross Country Championships ever had a home?
No, never. It's always moved around to different countries. Some countries have hosted it more than once,
Right.
but it has absolutely moved to different countries all around the world.
Right. So I want everyone to understand the gravity of what we're trying to do here. We're trying to bring an event that generates $4 million off of one day every other year economic impact to Leon County on a permanent basis. That's never considered being anywhere on a permanent basis. This is not a feel-good trip. This is not even a recruiting trip. We are contractually obligated for staff to go over and kind of have a conversation about how things went and report to that board. I think it's a board meeting, how things went. And then on top of that, because things were so good, they're also going to have a conversation about what it might look like for the World Championships to come here every other year. This is huge. This is not something that you take very lightly. This is when we thought about what we want sports tourism to be like. This is the type of stuff that we wanted. These types of events are the types of events that we wanted. And to know that we have the capacity in Leon County to not just bring a state championship here, but a world championship here as the home is something that reaches the levels of obligating whatever we got to obligate to get there, whether it be the administrator, the chair, or whoever. Whoever needs to be there in order to make this happen. And so I'll be supporting the motion on the floor, but this is exciting. This is exciting. I mean, me being a former athlete myself, well, I'm still an athlete, but I don't play no more. But me understanding what sports tourism does, this is one of those things that you get excited about. So I look forward to the group that's going bringing it home. That's what you're going for, to bring it home. And so in a couple of years, we'll have the opportunity to have the World Cross Country Championships here one more time. And so, Carrie, thank you again for your team, Vince, for what the county has done. And two, I want to express too that Carrie, these Mr. Administrator, I'm sorry, Carrie, I'm done. Mr. Administrator, the funds that will be used will be tourism funds, correct?
We're yet to determine that, but
Right.
that may be
Right.
in part.
Right. And so I just want people to understand, sometimes, this is not just we want to go to Poland. No, this is an opportunity where we're sending our staff and our chairman to Poland to bring back a $4 million economic impact that will be coming to Leon County every single year. And I think it warrants that level of attention and that level of specialty. So I'll support the item on the floor.
Thank you, Commissioner Maddox. Commissioner Welch?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, I think that it would be nice if we could get unanimous support on this item, because I think it sends a message. I think and I know there's some mischaracterizations on the internet out there, like we're all going on this trip or something. I mean, we're talking about a handful of people, 4 or 5 people. Mr. Administrator, I mean, we bid on the World Athletics Cross Country Championship, which means we spent money.
We did.
How much money did we spend to get that event here?
I couldn't tell. It's mostly about our existing resources, but it's a lot of focused resources.
It's a lot
To
of
bid
resources.
on
Yeah.
the World Athletics Cross Country Championship was a $250,000 just bid fee, which we
Correct.
will get back, but that is what we had to pay to even be considered.
Right. I mean, we have to commit a lot of money when we bid on an event like this. And I think we can't ask the world to come to Tallahassee if we're not willing to go to the world with a handful of people and say, you know, we're committed to you. We want you to commit to us. And I think that it really speaks to economic development from a mentality standpoint. I think we've got to think bigger. We've got to look at the big picture. I mean, we're talking about a relatively small amount of money to send a very powerful message to the organizing committee of a World Athletics event. I think this is a very easy decision. And I think, I mean, we have over $20,000 office budgets here as commissioners that we spend on travel. This whole trip will likely be not much more than that, I would assume. So I think that for the folks out there listening, this is not the entire county commission going on a junket. We're talking about sending the biggest representatives of our government to Poland in February or March, which ain't exactly St. Martin in July, Commissioner Proctor. It's a whole different ballgame. Listen, if the chairman told me tomorrow, if he asked this board tomorrow if he could go fly to Texas to meet with Elon Musk to get a gigafactory at our airport, we would say, by all means, right? By all means. And so I wish our mayor and I wish our chairman, I wish they would do those things. I wish they would call Elon Musk every day and call Jeff Bezos every day and call Bill Gates every day and say, we want you to invest in our community. We'll come out and we'll give you the pitch. We'll do everything it takes. And I think that from an economic development standpoint, we've got to think bigger when it comes to those types of things. And this is a easy one, man. This is an easy opportunity. They have already come here. We have impressed them. Our incredible staff, Amanda Heidecker and Taylor Wheaton, have done a great job. I mean, from soup to nuts, everybody, EMS, the Sheriff's Department, Public Works, I mean, the whole team put together this incredible event. And now these folks are going, hey, we are really strongly considering making you the permanent home or every other year or something. I think it is an easy decision to send a delegation of 4 or 5 people to Poland for a few days to say, hey, we want you back. I mean, God, come on, this is easy, easy, easy. I get there's trepidation about it. And it, you know, like, I think if you're looking at it myopically, the optics are like, oh, it's a junket or something. It is not that at all. This is a very good opportunity to do a very good thing for our region's economy. So I would like if we could have unanimous support, but that's where I feel about it, so I'll support the item. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I have Commissioner O'Keefe, Commissioner Cummings, and Commissioner Proctor. Mr. Vice Chairman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do want to make it clear what we're voting on right here. The staff, our leadership, is already going, right? That's already in the bid, that's already in the proposal, that was already arranged, that there's a post-meeting. So this is a transparency item on the agenda. So no matter what happens on the agenda today, we are sending our leaders who made this happen, who made this so successful, including the county administrator, which is a strong signal of how important this is to us. The only reason we have, I think, one of our rules is very transparent, is we approve any board member travel from this board. So that's the only reason it's on the agenda right now, is to approve whether we send a board member. This is not on the agenda to allow us to send staff that already went for a pre-meeting, that pulled off the best cross-country championship the world has ever seen since Napoleon. They didn't say that, I added that. This is just transparency, and in the context of the big picture, I want to make that clear. The other thing, too, is I really want to just remember how successful this event is and was and will be again when it comes back. And all the credit I want to give to Amanda Heidecker, to Carrie Post, to Vince Long, to everyone whose names I'm forgetting and everyone who was out there, because it was you who put this to start applying for this, I believe, around COVID time, before I was even on this commission. And I also want to give credit to the prior commissions who had the long-term vision before I even graduated college to start investing in the Appalachia Regional Park and improving the cross-country track to state champion regional, and then improving it to state, then improving it to national. And so I really don't want to lose sight of where all the credit belongs for this success. It is past commissions putting investments in that ground, and it is our team who made this the best ever. We have an incredible community, and that's one reason why I think everyone who came here from Worlds loved it. But that probably wasn't the main reason. It was probably because we have the best track and the best people. Leon County has the best people putting this on, and those people deserve all the credit. I'll say it won't, I don't think it'll hurt to send the chairman. I don't think, in normal times, I don't think it's frivolous. I think we would still get it either way. I just think that at a time when we are facing possible extreme revenue challenges, that we really think about every dollar. And I think we already have the same opportunity of success with our leadership that was going. But I do want to emphasize this is a very tiny part of an incredible decades-long investment from our predecessors and our team. Thank you.
Commissioner Cummings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When I read this agenda item, I was very excited. It was a no-brainer for me. After having experienced what was brought to Tallahassee last month, it was awesome. And I certainly want to thank Carrie Post and Amanda Heidecker and Taylor Wheaton and our county administrator, because they worked on this for years, even before I became a county commissioner. They've done a lot of hard work to bring that cross-country together last month. But this agenda item, I think it shows innovation, progress, ingenuity. I don't know, we were always taught when I was growing up, nothing ventured, nothing gained. This is certainly something that I believe we as a county need to venture to try to capture permanently here. And then recognizing also that within the United States, there's only been 2 other states that has hosted the cross-country, 2 other states in the United States. Otherwise, they have been outside of the United States, and I believe those were Massachusetts and New Jersey, cold areas, cold states. Everybody wants to come to Florida. It's just the ideal place. And the way they formulated and organized and developed that run, it was just the epitome of all the good things that you find in Florida. And so that whatever expenditures that we have to send our chair, our county administrator, Carrie and the staff, I think is worth it. I have a lot of faith and confidence in our county administrator and in our chair as well. And I just believe that they can bring home the bacon for our county. If we don't go, make an attempt, make a try. It's one thing for sure, it will not come back. So we do need to take that step. And I made the motion to accept our staff recommendation, and of course, I certainly will support this item as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Cummings. Commissioner Proctor, you're in the queue, and then I'll speak after you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I join with Commissioner Welch in our appeal to our colleague, Commissioner Minor, to please support unanimously. It means a lot to say when you're abroad that it was a unanimous decision of our government. And, you know, it's just nothing that begins a sentence that we come to you with unanimous backing of the county's government. It's a strong statement, and to not be able to open up by saying we come before you with unanimous backing, you walk in limping and making people potentially believe we don't have a strong basis. We need to send a delegation abroad with unanimous backing. And I would say, Commissioner Minor, we've given a lot of kudos to you and well worth the work you've done. But you understand that we had boots on the ground in Washington, D.C., and we secured $16 million for the North Monroe project. Could you imagine us not having faces in the place where decisions, the wrangling of minds over whether or not Tallahassee, wherever that's located inside the Beltway, but it was with personal, hands-on, boots on the ground, which you've experienced great result. And it's that same effort to meet, to greet, and to have eyeball-to-eyeball contact with folk that matters. And I believe you see that very, very easily. We have to play big or go home. And Carrie and her people in the middle of January brought us an 82-degree day in addition to all these people from around the world. 82 degrees on a sunny, it had been terrible all week long and exceptional. Now, Chairman, I ain't going to Poland because I like 76 degrees we got today. What's this, February? And anybody want to go to Poland, I don't care. But one thing I did hear, a guy named Sebastian Coe told us on Friday night before the running that how impressed his organization was. He told us, as Commissioner Cummings had pointed out, that of the umpty-dump times this race has occurred, it's only happened twice in the United States. We're merely the third site ever. And when you use the word like Sebastian Coe in running, that's like Pele in soccer, or Ali in boxing, or Woods with a golf club. Coe is a name that, one word, everybody know who you're talking about. Welch and ping pong? Well, Welch and ping pong, but a big name. And when a word like Pele or Coe or Ali or Woods speaks, the world hears. So I joined merely for this second round of talking to say that it would be a tremendous addition for us to also consider, Mr. Administrator, that the chairwoman of the tourism board, Ms. Chanel Personette, who bring an arsenal of ability and talent. And sometimes, I don't know what it is that women agreeing and working with women at a convention size, it takes all kind of people to lobby different types. But we don't need to have one type. There's no one prototype. I like to see that delegation balanced with people who have the credibility, know what they're doing. And ain't no doubt that our chairman brought Buc-ee's here and knows how to get in the room and sell Tallahassee. You know, you sell it. And I appreciate all the discussion, and for all the things that we've already said, I'm going to support the motion that's been made. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Proctor. You know, commissioners, I was debating whether or not I was going to talk on this item or not, because ultimately this is the board's decision. And I tend to agree with Commissioner Welch's sentiment, and particularly a couple things that he said. But I think it's important I want to kind of explain a thought process I had. I was a little disappointed going back to end of last year. And this, to me, is more of a bigger picture conversation. When you take a look at the state of Florida right now, all over the state of Florida, there are international businesses coming to Florida to grow their companies. I just saw one locate in Bay County. It was an aerospace or an airport-related company. They're going to South Florida. I believe Texas Instruments, which is a London-based, I'm sorry, what is the company, Mr. County Administrator, is it London Instruments? Yeah, London Instruments has been looking for a place in Florida. And I feel oftentimes we approach issues like this very, close-minded. And what I mean by that is, we have to be a commission that's open to big ideas in order to land big companies and big jobs. And, when in 2024, fall of 2024, Florida State played in Dublin for a football game against Georgia Tech. When they were seeking out landing that, when the Dublin local delegation was seeking out landing that deal, they came to Tallahassee. They brought their highest of local officials. They brought staff because they wanted to seal a deal for Florida State and Georgia Tech to go play in Dublin. That game alone, I believe, produced close to $100 million in economic impact for their company. I think one reason it's important, particularly when I spoke with the county administrator, why I feel like this is important to have my presence, and by the way, guys, it doesn't have to be me, right?
It has to be you.
If another commissioner wanted to go, they'd be more than happy to let them go in my place. But I think it sends a message that we're serious, and I also think it is a sign of respect to the culture and destination of which we're trying to land and vice versa. I spoke to the president of World Athletics Organization, and he said, he invited us, he invited me. He said, I would love to continue this conversation to look at landing the World Athletics competition to be an annual location, at least bring it back for another year. And so that's when we had that conversation with the county administrator, and that's why it's on the agenda. Regardless, though, to me, I feel like that this is a very small issue. I feel like our sentiment and our how we posture ourselves as a board with issues like this, I feel like we should be more open-minded. Because, Commissioner Minor, if you came to this board and said that, hey, there's a company looking to locate their business in District 3, I would say, in my opinion, you shouldn't have to come to the board. But I would happily approve it because I trust you, I trust your instinct, and I trust your judgment. Commissioner O'Keefe, same thing. If there was a company or something important that you felt it was important to your constituents in District 5, I trust your judgment. You are elected by your constituents. At the end of the day, it's your job to answer to your constituents. This, to me, why this is a no-brainer is because we have now proven success on this event. And do I think our staff could go close the deal in Poland or whatever it is to bring it back? Hell yeah, they could. I think we have the best staff, and they've shown that they can do that. However, I believe it speaks to a bigger picture when an elected representative from our board is there and shows that we are serious. This is what our board wants. This is what our community wants. And I think it's something that we should be more open-minded to in the future. I think every year the chairman should go travel abroad and try to bring back some business for Leon County. Like, if any commissioner up here wanted to travel abroad or travel to another state or meet with a company or whatever it is, if they want to go meet with, to see how another government does X, Y, or Z, and they felt it could have a positive impact on our community, I trust their judgment. And at the end of the day, that's between them and their constituents. And so the reason why I say this is because I want folks when they think of Leon County, they think of our government, to really feel like that we are open-minded and that we are open for business as well. And it's been frustrating in the last year or so seeing some of these companies locate in other areas in Florida and Leon County. And, look, if you look to see over the last few years, every year, the governor of Florida travels with the Secretary of Florida Commerce, and they're meeting with companies, across the world, and actually landing businesses to come back to the state of Florida. And so I think it sets a precedent that we are serious and we are open for business. And I, as well, with Commissioner Welch, I would like to see this be unanimous. However, I don't take it personal, and every commissioner up here, I respect where you are, particularly with issues such as this. Commissioner Minor, I see you jumped in the queue. You can speak on it, and then I'm going to take it to a vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It looks very much like we've got the votes for this, and I wish the delegation the very best. I believe that you'll be successful. I want you to be successful. I hope that you will be. We heard as much from Sebastian Coe when he was here for the event. For me, it's a tough vote, and we all speak to our constituents. We all do the best we can to represent our districts. I've been listening very carefully to the discussion here. I just ask that you guys respect my position. I've given it a lot of thought. I know you all have too. He's got the votes. It's going to be a trip, and I wish them the best because I think it's already in the bag, but I think the trip will be helpful. So I want to state that right now. I'm pulling for you, got my fingers crossed, and hope you and our staff bring back some really great news. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, consistent with what you said about go abroad and bring back businesses, the Carnival in Trinidad opens in the morning, and I'm available to go down to Trinidad and do my best to bring something back,
Commissioners, I'm about to get to the vote, but listen, I do think, and I will continue to stay, I think I may have stated this in the past, but I think it's a little silly policy about commissioners having to come back to the board to seek travel. I think everyone's duly elected. I think it's between them and their constituents. So that's my position. All right, commissioners, we'll take this to a vote. All those move this motion on the floor for staff recommendation, moved by Commissioner Cummings, second by Commissioner Welch. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passes 6-1 with Commissioner Minor in dissent. Now, commissioners, we are on general business, and I believe right now we're on item number 16, so I'll let you introduce the item, Mr. County Administrator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, this item is the Fairgrounds Beautification Improvement Project update, and I'm seeking direction from the board on lease renegotiation. Commissioners, I'm going to take just an extra beat to talk about this because I think it's important to provide a lot of clarity here. Commissioners, as you know, this project has been in the works for a long time, and we're always going to get to this point in the project where some decisions needed to be made relative to our current lease. But Commissioners, the item before you outlines the Blueprint Fairgrounds Beautification Project and recommends revised lease terms to be renegotiated with the Fair Association to effectuate the construction of the project and to clarify roles and responsibilities to realize the highest potential long-term community benefit for this county-owned property. Let me just say, Commissioners, that as presented in the item, the Fair Association conveyed the property, or the county obtained the property to the fairgrounds back in the 1950s. And the item also goes in to cover a lot of detail on the evolution of the fairgrounds site. The item acknowledges the economic impact of the Fairgrounds Association and their good work and also their financial viability as an organization. However, as you know, in recent years, the board, and I say in recent years, it's probably, I should say probably recent decades, the board has expressed a keen interest in improving the fairgrounds for expanded use and to realize the highest potential and to serve as a catalyst for broader reinvestment opportunities and redevelopment in the South Side. Due to market conditions and also constraints in the existing lease, as detailed in this item, the Blueprint project narrowed the scope of the current project that that the board is pursuing and that the IA is pursuing to the current fairgrounds as a beautification project. At least that's what the existing Phase 1 $30 million project is. But the project also contemplates a master plan for the longer-term redevelopment of the project, which is not currently funded. Commissioners, again, in order to effectuate the construction of the project and to clarify roles and responsibilities going forward, revisions are recommended to the lease, which are outlined in the item, and I'm happy to talk about any of those. Importantly, Commissioners, and I stress this as we've stressed throughout the item, the Fairgrounds Association approval is required to make changes in the lease, and that doesn't expire until 2067. As you know, Commissioners, since the publishing of this item, the Fairgrounds Association has shared a letter that they do not have an interest in renegotiating the existing lease terms. Again, should the board wish to proceed with the Blueprint project and maintain the ability to effectuate the longer-term master plan of the project, while also having the North Florida Fair Association continue to operate the annual fair and other events into the foreseeable future, we're recommending the approval of the negotiations and the terms that we've presented here in the item. Commissioners, should the board follow that motion, I'll be back to you within the next 60 days with the results of those lease negotiations. If the board would like to go further than that in a larger restructuring of the lease that includes the transfer of all legal ownership and site control and governing authority to the county, then the fairgrounds would also have to agree to that. I'm not saying that that's something that the board would consider, but if they did, I know the question may be out there, or we would be required to seek a legislative change. However, given the Fairgrounds Association position that they've presented in their letter, this would be the time, if the board wanted to provide staff direction, including not proceeding with negotiations and sticking to the current lease relationship, then we would take that direction from you. And if that was the case, then the board would have to consider next steps on the Fairgrounds project at a future IA meeting. With all of that, Commissioners, as a very high-level background on an issue that goes back many years, we're recommending option one. We're happy to answer any questions you might have. And Mr. Chairman, I have two speakers on this item.
Thank you. First speaker?
First speaker, Miranda Muir.
Please state your name and address for the record.
I am Miranda Muir. My address is 441 Paul Russell Road in Tallahassee. I am the executive director of the North Florida Fairgrounds, and we fully understand what the commission is considering today, whether or not to direct staff to begin negotiations with our organization. For more than 2 years, our board of directors has participated in good faith discussions with the dedicated team at Blueprint. They have been open-minded, they've explored options, consulted experts, and sought ways for the fair to continue as the region's largest annual event while also benefiting the broader community. Despite those efforts and after many hours of discussion, we cannot find a benefit in renegotiating our lease at this time. The fairgrounds is the heart of our organization. It is a place where families get together, where memories are made, and opportunities are created. The land was purchased by the North Florida Fair Association for the sole purpose of promoting agriculture, serving our community, and impacting the lives of youth. For more than 75 years, we have been responsible stewards of the property, investing in facilities, infrastructure, and our mission. We are now being asked to give up half of our usable land for what is being called mixed-use development. As our fair continues to grow, this raises concerns. During the fair alone, we host more than 130,000 people in 11 days. Reducing our space would place unnecessary strain on operations, employees, and the first responders who work tirelessly to keep our guests safe. We ask the Commission to consider the trust placed in this body to protect the fair and its mission for generations to come, and to consider that the proposed $30 million is not intended to enhance the fair, but to redesign the area in a way that removes the core of our community asset. The North Florida Fair Association welcomes discussion focused on true improvements to the fairgrounds, including facility renovations, safety and security upgrades, and livestock enhancements. The fairgrounds should continue to remain the home of the Fair Association, not mixed-use development. We are proud to serve this community, grateful for its support, and confident in our future as a strong, responsible organization with big dreams for the South Side. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yes, the final speaker on this item, Tiffany Santer.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Tiffany Santner. I live at 1973 Huckabee Road. First, I would like to thank you guys for letting me have some time today and introduce myself as well as the organization I represent. I am the current president of Ocklawakanee River Kennel Club. We are our local AKC Kennel Club here in Havana, and we operate one of the largest dog shows in North Florida here at the North Florida Fairgrounds. Every year here in February, we have multiple events that we put on using that open space on the fairgrounds. Our confirmation event alone that operates in the buildings brings about 2,000 people a day to Tallahassee with an estimated about $1 million environmental economic impact, with all of our other events, scent work, rally, agility, dock diving, which is a regional qualifier here, we probably bring closer to 2,500 to 3,000 people. These people, we have 170 of them using the RV sites on the fairgrounds alone. The rest of them go to hotels, our local people. And we have such concern about this project that we've had to start looking at alternate sites. Because if we lose half the fairgrounds, we would not be able to put the show on. The RV site changes alone, we would not be able to put our site on. And the closest site to explain the size of our event, the closest site we'd be able to go to is the World Equestrian Center or Perry, Georgia's National Fairgrounds. So at this point, economically, we're having to look at moving our revenue to the Perry National Fairgrounds in Perry, Georgia. That would bring our, so the $1 million a day that we bring in for the economic impact would have to go there as well. But on another note, it would actually drastically reduce the charitable donations and volunteer work that we can put into the community. We do work with our local animal service centers as well as the humane societies. We help volunteer students get the credits that they need for their Bright Future scholarships, as well as promote responsible dog ownership, ethical breeding, and as well how to put on these dog shows in a smaller capacity with our 4-H groups. I thank you guys for your time, and please consider this in your decisions.
Thank you. All right, Commissioners. Commissioner Welch, I'll see you in the queue. I'm going to go to Commissioner Proctor first. That cool with you? Awesome. Commissioner Proctor, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I make the motion that we endorse staff's recommendation, option 1.
Second.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry, you hadn't voted.
Yeah, we have a
You want
motion.
good discussion?
Yeah, we're in discussion.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, we're simply asked, can we peel back the onion? And would we be allow our staff to do the work that they do very well? And that's to negotiate, to find common ground, understanding. Commissioners, I could say to you that I feel a little guilty and looking at Chairwoman Shonda Knight, Chair Lady Knight of the Fair Board, Executive Director of the staff, and I feel a little guilty for dragging yet another county commission into a conversation that's been ongoing for, Vince, would you say, over 25 years? And here again, correspondences that with the fair that we have going back 25 years, that now, you know, probably the third commission, completely new commission that I've served with. Here it is that you all are in the muck and mire of this discussion. It's really bad. This is a dark spot on my legacy that I've brought 3 Leon County Boards of Commissioners to at least consider. We've not taken positions because we have never come in with brass knuckles to a conversation. We've not been a bully. We've simply pondered the highest and best use of a piece of property that is the heart of the South Side. And for years, I've pondered what else, besides those 10 days out of the year, that it is the fair. But those other 355 days, does it hold the potential to mean something different? My angst about this effort, consideration, talking with the fair, to find common ground about our greatest and highest use of property in 2026. When I've looked at south of Gaines Street, our Gaines Street starting there, today we recognize Somo Walls, the Monroe. We talked about change from what was a Thai restaurant, little dog spot, across the street from the Coca-Cola plant. But even the Coca-Cola plant is transformed, and it's a site of gathering. FAMU Way has opened up. We've looked at Somo Walls, has changed. Cascades Park, in the 25 years we've been talking about the fairground, Cascades Park, the hotel down there at Cascades Park, the amphitheater at Cascades Park. These things have occurred, and they're all in the same quarter with the fairground. It's just that the fairground is the same, looks the same. And, you know, you've heard me say over and over, I just would appreciate an indoor bathroom. If we could take, I'm almost willing to pay for everything myself, if we could just do that. It hasn't occurred under stewardship of this board, nor the stewardship of the Fairgrounds Board. I can't get an indoor bathroom. And it's the failure of the people who are the stewards over the grounds that's not a priority. And this board, as the owner, I just want to see some movement. At the same time, commissioners on the south side of this community, I've looked a little further down Gaines Street and seen total transformation with continuing transformation of Gaines Street, even Gaines at Macomb Street. You couldn't have scripted this 25 years ago. It just was not prime time. We're putting over $100 million worth of investment on something called Capital Circle. And when you flow Capital Circle's improvement from Appalachia Parkway, coming in front of Southwood, go right there in front of Woodville Highway over to Crawfordville, and now that stretch from Crawfordville all around the Highway 20. Millions of dollars to improve infrastructure, possibly bring commercial activities. And I don't need to tell you that percolating very soon will be commercial opportunities. What can we jointly do to seek? This is not a takeover at all. We've never in the spirit worked in any bullying fashion, in any kind of way. And certainly as a commissioner, I've been a very poised voice, with the exception of asking for some indoor toilets. Other than that, I have never dragged my feet so slowly, been so humble and desirous of the conversation to extend about higher use, something that could benefit the people beyond 10 days. To be precise, the fairground pays 8 cents a month to rent 140-some acres. That's 8 cents, 8-point-some cent per month. That fathoms out to about $1 a year. Could you imagine us, or anyone in this room, enjoying 8 cents a month rent and 140-some acres with license to sponsor? The dog show is mentioned, the gun shows, fair, and Now, what happened, commissioners, I'm going to pull up, Mr. Chairman, was that when it was triggered about the watch, we have postured $30 million to improve the Fair Association. So we're not trying to buy the fairground or take over, but to augment and to get some indoor toilets. We have $30 million dedicated to that purpose. I'd like to see us fathom out of all of the development around all of Capitol Circle, all of Cascades Park, all of Gaines Street. It's just so much, but we just cannot fathom the fairground. I'm going to the House shortly, and it will be amazing to me, out of all the activity, the Bannerman Square, everything I've seen develop over the years. I just can't get a bathroom indoors at the fairground. I don't know what to do. I'm going to pull up and ask the chairman to allow me a round two after other commissioners have. But I do want our county administrator, whether he hires a team, whether a fairground hires a team, but ladies and gentlemen, Lord have mercy. Everything is moving in the south side, but the fairground. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Proctor. Commissioners, I have every single commissioner in the queue, so we'll make a round, and then, if we need another round of discussion, we will. Commissioner Welch, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Proctor, I'll follow your lead on this item, however you want to operate on it, but I do have some questions for the county administrator in terms of posture. If my understanding is correct, we have offered lease amendments that the Fair Association Board has rejected.
Not yet.
They have not rejected. They wrote a letter to us, but that was not rejecting their...
Yeah, they were to even enter into negotiations, so we haven't offered anything in terms of renegotiated terms. This item is seeking the board's direction, and in terms of transparency going into negotiation, we've written those down, and so they're right there in front of you. We could talk about any of them, but again, this would be seeking your direction, Commissioner and Commissioners, to approve these terms and give us the direction to go negotiate these terms in good faith with the North Florida Fairgrounds Association, and to come back within about 60 days with the results of those negotiations for your consideration.
So, Mr. Administrator, I'm confused.
Okay.
Did they not write us a letter and say they do not want to enter into negotiations?
They did that.
Okay, so we are in a posture then that the North Florida Fair Association has told us they do not wish to negotiate their lease, and we are giving you permission to go negotiate their lease. So I think that's an awkward posture to be in, first and foremost. I think that the North Florida Fair Association is an antiquated model. I think that the fair is far more than horse shows and agricultural operations. I think that the Fair Association being preemptively unwilling to negotiate their lease effectively cancels the $30 million that Blueprint wants to spend there, because without them renegotiating their lease, we can't. Commissioner Proctor, I think there's no lack of willingness amongst your colleagues here or on Blueprint to spend $30 million at the fairgrounds. I think there's a lack of willingness on the Fair Association's part to accept it. I don't think they want it. I don't think they want us involved. I think the North Florida Fair Association exists under some kind of obscure statute, and they operate under a model that is not keeping up with the times. And so the reason that the fairgrounds are stuck in a time warp is because the Fair Association exists in a time warp. I think that the recommended lease amendments that were postured by the county administrator in this item offer accountability to the Fair Association. It offers the opportunity to appoint a county commissioner and the director of tourism to their board and give a little more oversight to the Fair Association, which I don't think they want. And that goes back to the $30,000 watch issue. I don't think they want accountability. They don't want oversight. They want to operate in the same time warp that they've been in for 40, 50 years at the fairgrounds. Mr. Administrator, how much space does the fair currently use on the fairgrounds to operate the fair?
Well, according to, and I may have to defer to Artie, but high level, we've had a market analysis done by a consultant who specializes in fairgrounds operations. And I think the number was of the 109 acres, or I think it was 50 acres is the amount of what you think of as the fair and the buildings and the midway area. And if I might, Commissioner, excuse me?
They include RV space?
Well, I was going to say that, again, in these negotiations, the last thing we would ever want to do is limit the fair's economic activity. That would be counter to our own interests. And so as we would negotiate all of these things, if they needed to expand to conduct events and that sort of thing, a shared use agreement could be developed, which does just that. But to answer your question, Commissioner, 50 acres is about what they would need to conduct the fair, the annual fair operations.
Okay, and so what I keep hearing, and, you know, the fair has now, again, preemptively got emails coming into our inboxes saying we're taking away their ability to conduct the fair. We're limiting their space to operate the fair. I don't think that's contemplated at all. I think that's just a scare tactic to say we're trying to somehow, that these two things can't coexist. Our desire to modify the fairgrounds can't coexist with the existing footprint and operations of the fairgrounds. I think that's misleading at best. It is my understanding, do you know how much money the Fair Association has in their account, Mr. Administrator, in terms of cash on hand?
We do. We've included in your item.
Can you remind me?
Sure. That amount of money. Let me just get quickly, just to remind myself, I think $2 million in investments and a few $100,000 in cash, which is included in your item. But again, I would have to check myself on the specifics.
$2 million and some change, Commissioner Proctor probably could have made some indoor bathrooms, I would think, along the way. I think that if we're being pragmatic about this to your point, Commissioner Proctor, you see all this evolution happening around the area with Gain Street, Cascades Park, downtown, these redevelopments. I think that the fairgrounds, if it was up to me, we would seek a legislative remedy to dissolve the NFFA and let Leon County take over the fairgrounds so that we could adequately invest in it and redevelop it into something really awesome and anchor the south side with a really cool redevelopment. Now, does that mean the fair can't be there? No, I think the fair can be there, but we're being put in a posture to say, well, the fair can't coexist with these renovations that you want to do. I'm being told by advocates for the fairgrounds position that we want to build a hotel there. We don't want to build a hotel there. We want to create a site that's ready for a hotel to be built there. But then we're told by a speaker that people come to town and go stay in our hotels, but we don't want a hotel on the site. Well, yeah, you do want a hotel on the site so that people that come to the fairgrounds can stay in a hotel on the grounds. And so I think that, I think if it was me personally, Commissioner Proctor, we'd relocate the fairgrounds to a better location, make it more aptly the North Florida Fairgrounds, somewhere on the interstate, somewhere at an exit not far from here. And then we would do a legitimate master plan redevelopment of the fairgrounds into a sports complex or a minor league baseball stadium or something that could really generate economic development on the south side and really be a generational improvement to that property, which Leon County owns. It is our property. We own it. If not for this bizarre, obscure 60-year lease that we have with them, we could do whatever we wanted on this site. So I think that the idea that clearly we can't cancel the lease without legislative remedy. So again, I reiterate, Commissioner Proctor, I will follow your lead on this. I think that staff is in a weird posture because they're being told by the Fair Association they don't want to negotiate, and we're giving them permission to go negotiate. Maybe the fair changes its posture, but to put out a letter to all of us, I think is a pretty strong statement. I think that the best way forward is for the Fair Association to take our comments today on the dais to heart and kind of take a little inventory and maybe reconsider their position that they don't want to negotiate with the county government that owns your property and a blueprint board that wants to spend $30 million on your property to make it better, with this idea that it's all or nothing, that the fair either has to go or the fair doesn't want any improvements invested by the local government. And I just think that's a terrible position to be in. And I think all of that exists in the shadow of what I think is, we all agree with, an egregious mismanagement of money. When you are taking vendor money to buy watches for executive directors who are retiring already with $175,000 compensation packages, I think that speaks to the mentality, the kind of cult of personality that exists within the NFFA's board. I think you saw a lot of high-level resignations from that board after that. And I think now you're dealing with the people who didn't resign after that. And I don't think there's a lot of flexibility there. And so that's where I'm at, Commissioner Proctor. That's my thoughts on it. I think that a better direction would be to tell staff, let's seek legislative remedy for how to deal with the fairgrounds in the NFFA. And then if we can't do that, then we need to hopefully, as a board, convey to the NFFA that they need to reconsider their position of not negotiating with the county wanting to spend $30 million at the fairgrounds that the county owns. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for those comments. Commissioner Welch, Commissioner Maddox, you are recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Administrator, just from my understanding, how did the county gain ownership of the fairgrounds?
It was deeded to us in the 50s. Again, under the, as has been represented, under the auspices that it was a control mechanism to ensure that the fair would continue to operate an annual fair.
Who deeded it to us?
It was the predecessor to the North Florida Fair Association.
I just want to put out there that I understand the fact that this land was deeded to us for legislative purposes so we could perpetually have a fair. And that because of that, we've made some investments. How much investments have we made, Mr. Administrator?
We've, nominal, and
Nominal,
certainly,
right.
you know, we talk about the
Right.
condition of the fairgrounds and that sort of thing, obviously, the need for reinvestment in the site.
Right.
Yeah.
I also understand that we've made nominal investments and that the Fair Association, North Florida Fair Association, has put on the fair and governed the property for 50-some odd years now. When I read the letter, when I went down and I talked to Miranda, because my question is do you want to negotiate or not? I don't want to send Vince over there if you don't want to negotiate. It's a waste of our time and yours. And I think where it comes down to is control. It comes down to control of the land. There's no way that you're going to tell me that the Fair Association, North Florida Fair Association, wants to forego $30 million of investment into the property. I don't believe that. What I believe is they want to forego $30 million of investment in the property. That's not necessarily what they want as investment in the property. Mr. Administrator, when we started this conversation, I think we started with conversations around the Fair Association being a part of the master planning of the fairground as we began the project. Is that correct, Mr. Administrator? Did I get that wrong?
Yes, they have been.
So they have been a part of the master planning of the project. So I'm trying to figure out if the Fair Association was there the whole time during the master planning, where did we go wrong to where we get to a point in this negotiation or in this partnership, because that's what it was. You were here, Commissioner Proctor. They were excited, we were excited. It was a partnership. Where do we get to a point in this negotiation to where now they don't want to renegotiate the lease, nor do they want the $30 million? To me, that doesn't make sense. And I think it's all because they don't feel like they're being heard. Commissioner Proctor, I bet you if we told them, hey, we want to build bathrooms on your site, they'd probably say, okay. I mean, I don't think they turn that down. But there's something that, it's like, well, you're going to build bathrooms, what, you're going to give it to me for free? Okay, what else do you want to return? How much more am I going to have to give for you to build the bathrooms? And I think that's where we're coming down to. And so, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, I'd like to either ask the chair or Miranda a few questions if I could.
Of course.
Thank you. Either or, you guys pick, the chair or Miranda. This letter says that the board has no desire to negotiate, but instead would like an offer to buy the property, correct?
Oh, yeah, we would love that.
Okay. So I don't think this board's in posture that we're going to sell the property. But is there any part of what I said that's incorrect in your reason for not wanting to renegotiate the lease?
No, I feel like you were spot on.
So if we came to the table and you guys were able to come up with what you would like to see and we're able to negotiate back and forth, you'd be willing to have that conversation?
Yes.
Okay, so technically you are willing to negotiate. You're just not willing to entertain all of the terms. And I could probably tell you which ones you're probably not willing to entertain. Let's see here. The piece about site control is probably off the table for you guys. Yeah, probably. Joint operation of community buildings.
So that's one of the stumbling points, is who, we can
Right,
never get a
right.
straight answer as to who would control that, us or
Right,
you.
right. So there's some room there for negotiation.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just wanted to make it clear that it's not necessarily that you're not willing to negotiate. You're just not willing to accept all of the terms that we've placed forward.
Yeah, and based on the plan that we have before us today.
And based on the plan that that you have before you. Okay. Now, was the association a part of the master planning for
We had several different meetings.
several different meetings?
Mhm.
And in that meeting, how much did you guys bring anything forward those meetings of improvements that you like to be made to the land?
I feel like the Blueprint team did a good job of listening to us. I feel like the stumbling points are that purple block of land always was going to be taken. And that's like the heart of the fairgrounds. That's where we do so much of our events, so much of our parking and so it didn't matter, what we were saying. It was always this purple block was going to be taken.
Hey, Commissioner Maddox, I don't mean to interrupt, but what I would like to do, if possible, right, if we give the county administrator direction to negotiate, let's let them kind of go through the negotiate process.
I guess I'm done. Thank you. My point is that this letter says that they're not willing to negotiate. What came out of her mouth is we're willing to negotiate. It's one piece of this that we're talking about that they don't agree with, which is this purple block of land. I think the level. I'm going to be honest, okay, and I'm going to be very frank. I think the letter was heavy-handed. I do. If there's a piece of it that says that this is the part that we don't like, but we're willing to entertain a negotiation, then I think that's what you say. Based off of this letter, I would be exactly where he is in that I'm not sending my county administrator to talk to you when you said you don't want to talk to him. That doesn't make sense to me. I think, but through clarity of what we're talking about here today, go negotiate, Mr. County Administrator. Let's see if we can come to a even ground and come to a point where we're both on the same page. I think what we have to recognize as a board is that no matter what this says, because really the rest of it, I think, is inconsequential to them, even the makeup of the board, I think they'd be willing to entertain that. I think the naming rights, all this stuff, I think they'd be willing to entertain is really down to that big block of land that they don't want to give up. And even with that, if they don't give it up, if we negotiate not to give it up, what does that mean for the blueprint plan versus where we are? What does that mean for the money? Are we sending him also to negotiate about what improvements will be made on site, which then gets into what's happening at Blueprint? She said that staff did a very good job of listening. It's just that piece of land. So there's a lot of questions to be answered. I don't think it's just a simple sending the county administrator to negotiate and then come back here and then if they come to a deal, we approve it. No, then it goes to, okay, before we even approve a deal, it's got to go to Blueprint. And then Blueprint has to sit at the table and say, okay, we're willing to make this improvement, this improvement, this improvement, this right here, and then they get back to the table. So it's a renegotiation of two separate boards that we're talking about here. And so maybe the horse in front of the cart is us getting the lease right, maybe, I think, because then that tells us what we have to work with or if we have anything to work with. Maybe that's the first part, but that's just the first part. I think the second part is us having a conversation at Blueprint about what we're going to do with the pieces that we do agree on, okay? And if I was sitting here today and I was just going off what I'm seeing, I'm not negotiating and I'm going back to Blueprint and I'm saying, okay, we're going to take that 30 million and we're going to do whatever we're going to disperse it to other places because they don't want the improvements. And so, I'm wrapping up, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, you're good.
I believe that the North Florida Fair Association wants $30 million. I believe that. I don't believe this letter is representative of what they want. I think this is them playing hardball in negotiation. I believe they want $30 million. They just want to know that the pieces of the master plan that we came up that they don't agree with will not be a part of the plan moving forward. And I think that's a fair negotiation tactic for them to use. And so I'm going to support the motion to send the county administrator over to have a negotiation. I'm going to ask for the board and the chair, please be fair. I mean, don't have me send this man over here waste his time. If y'all not gonna do it, then just tell us we're not gonna do it. We cannot waste each other's time. We take that 30 million and do something else with it. But I believe there's a deal to be made there. But I want you guys to come to the table, not just with what you're willing to agree with from a lease standpoint, but what is it that will get you in a position to feel like you're being heard and negotiated with when it comes to the improvements made to the site? We want some things on the site. You want some things on the site. There's got to be a middle ground. If you think you're going to get everything you want and we're going to get none of what we want, then we might as well just stop the conversation. That's not the way negotiation works. I think there's a place in the middle that we can get to that allows for everybody to give a little, maybe not be as comfortable, but be happy moving forward as partners, and that's what I would like for us to get to. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Of course, thank you for those comments, Commissioner Maddox. Commissioner Cummings, I have you in the queue. You're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the discussion from the commissioners. I know Commissioner Proctor is very passionate about the fairgrounds in his district. We've heard it a couple of years from Blueprint. We've heard it here on the commission. I think we share that sentiment with him. But I think we can sit here and speculate all day long about what needs to occur, what has to occur. But the bottom line is, I think the motion is to give the county administrator and staff the authority to go to the Blueprint Board and negotiate. I think at that point, and we heard the executive director say, that they're willing to engage in discussions. So I believe, notwithstanding the letter that we have from their executive director dated this week, notwithstanding that, we've heard what she has said. And I believe that our county administrator and his staff have the ability to negotiate or to discuss and just bring back the results of those discussions to us. I don't think speculating today is going to help the situation. I want to, Mr. Chair, thank staff for this analysis and the county administrator for the analysis and the historical data that we have, because it was always in my mind how the county came to own the fairgrounds. And I appreciate going back over the years how it was conveyed to the county. But I'm encouraged that for the first 20, 30, 40 years, the county and the fairgrounds apparently shared common interests. I didn't see where there was any infighting. There was agreement to lease certain portions of the property to the fairground. There was also, to release certain portions from the fairground, certain acreage for public use. We have the Gene Cox Stadium. We have some other Leon County Cooperative Extension Office. So there was cooperation early on between the Fairground Association and the county board. They worked together. And I just believe, I'm an optimist, and I believe that there is still some sentiment to work together with the county. And I think we all have the shared concern about economic development for Leon County. The fairground, based on this analysis, has done a tremendous job in bringing programs to the fairground, not just the North Florida Fair, but throughout the year. And they have brought significant revenue as well, economic development to Leon County. And we thank them and we applaud them for that. But the reality is that we have a contract, a lease with them, Madam County Administrator, that extends through 2067. And am I correct that we are bound by that lease, and we can only go outside of that lease with the agreement of the Fairgrounds Association. Am I correct?
Mr. Chairman, may I answer?
Of course.
That is correct, unless one of the very narrow circumstances identified in your agenda materials occurs. Yes, that's correct.
Bankruptcy, or I think bankruptcy was.
Or they don't hold a fair.
Right,
Basically,
absolutely.
the only two.
And hopefully, that's not a circumstance that we envision or that we will experience. But I have, I guess, confidence not only in the executive director of the Fairgrounds Association and their board, but in our county administrator and his staff as well. And so I support the motion. I just believe there's some wiggle room and common ground for both parties to come together. A Blueprint, of course, and all of us are on the board of Blueprint. $30 million has been set aside so that we can get Commissioner Proctor the indoor bathrooms. And, well, jokes aside, and there's a lot of work to be done at the fairgrounds, and I read the letter as saying that board is positioning itself to address some of those problems. But I just believe that that board can also work with the county, with the funds that we have set aside, so that I think we can reach some common ground. I believe when you look at the history of the association with the county, the history of working together, it encourages me that history of cooperation was best for the county can still be captured here in 2026, Mr. Chair. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cummings. Commissioner O'Keefe, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a couple of questions, and Mr. Chair, you can just direct these.
Yeah,
Of course, they're probably to the county administrator.
Staff's free to communicate.
There's a $1 a year payment. Just out of curiosity, do we actually get a $1 check each year?
I'd have to check on that. You're not looking to make a motion to spend that, are you? No, I don't
No,
know.
and I'm not looking to wager into contract law.
I know there is
Curious.
some consideration, but
Given.
we have to check on that.
Perfect. I appreciate everyone contacting. Let me tell you what has been made clear to me this week. We love our fair. We love it. Absolutely. I'm not going to lie. I don't trust those rides. It's not my thing. But our community loves our fair, okay? Mr. County Administrator, we don't have any, barring a legislative act, we have to, our only way to change anything here is in full agreement with the North Florida Fairgrounds. Is that correct?
That's correct. We try to be very clear about that.
And then to Ms. Tiffany Sanders' concern, even if, in a world where things move forward with changes, how many years are we out before they would have to find a new location because construction would start?
Yeah, we don't even have a provision in the existing lease which would contemplate, even if money rained down from heaven, to move them. That's something that should probably, they've signaled in the past that certainly they'd be willing to do that if, yes.
Excuse me, not the fairgrounds, the Ocklawackney River Kennel Club.
Oh.
Sorry, just when would construction start
No,
if we move forward anyways? If everything goes,
On the areas that we're talking about, there is no construction in the plans. So
Okay.
it would just be a matter of expanded use, and again, I'm sure we could work those things out. The bigger thing is not having things constructed in those spaces which would limit potential redevelopment.
okay. And so I just wanted to address Tiffany from the River Kennel Club. I don't think you need to hurry, but just so. All right. Okay. All right. We need to get on your level then. I appreciate Commissioner Maddox's questions. He got a lot of the questions answered that I wanted answered, and I will say that given everything going on in local government generally lately, if I were the North Florida Fair Association, I might have the same reaction. You know, things can move forward, not necessarily here. Transferring assets can move forward real fast in other parts of town. And I understand. I don't believe that's the way this county commission operates, and I'm hopeful that we can work together. I think that no matter what, I want to find a way to put improvements in the fairgrounds, period. And I think we ought to, as a board and a party, make sure that we take this moment to step back on what is already a multi-decades project and will be a multi-decades project and is already a lease agreement, to make sure we act in a way that is the way impeccable partners would act on an agreement. We don't need to get into protracted disputes because however this lease changes, we are together. If we want a fair to continue, we are together forever. And so this is one point in time with heated feelings because of fear of not getting what we each think is best for the future. And so I totally understand the reaction, and I'm relieved to hear that some change to a lease is possible to be agreed to if it does not look like what is being shown right now. That's what I wanted to know, because if the answer was absolutely not, we might as well save everybody's time and just carry on going. But I'm hopeful on that perspective, because I really want us to keep in mind our reputation as a body that honors our agreements. And even though we weren't here when that lease was entered into, this commission lease entered into that agreement. And even though I don't like it, I think it's important that even when we don't like it, we remember that we honor our agreements. There were so many good points that I had to take notes all over. Let's see. I'll just leave it at, I think that, you know, if we start to bring in blueprint, it complicates things, but the way I see it, to keep it real simple right here, is we are authorizing the county administrator to go negotiate, and my personal opinion is that we ought to see what we can get in something. Even if it's not, because my understanding is the $30 million and then the proposed phase 2 really encompasses the out parcels as well. It's really not just the fairgrounds part. It's on your property, but to be clear, the part where the fair is. And so if that's the breakdown and the fair has no interest in the out parcels work, then we'll bring that information back. And I think that'd be for blueprint and to consider if there's a project that is agreeable that at least just does the fairgrounds. That's obviously not the ideal, but I really, I'm voting in support because there's some possibility. And I want you to know that I appreciate everyone contacting us, and I appreciate that we are not coming in with brass knuckles or anything like that. We know we're partners, we're equal partners, and ultimately my goal is to get an improved fairgrounds in whichever way we can get that in an agreement together. Thank you.
Mr. Minor.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Muir, Ms. Sanders, thank you very much for taking the time to be here. Appreciate it. And Ms. Sanders, my family and I have been to the Ochlockonee River Kennel Club Dog Show and other events at the fair. A lot of great things happen on the fairgrounds to the tune of $79 million in economic impact every single year. And I don't think anyone here wants to undermine that economic boost we get from the fairgrounds. I got a couple questions of our county administrator, just to kind of wrap this up. And I know Commissioner Proctor has some comments at the very end, but just to kind of wrap this up in terms of our thinking on this agenda item and what it's asking us to do. Mr. Chairman, you mind if I ask the county administrator?
Of course.
We've gotten a lot of emails about taking away 50 acres. And just to clarify, this vote tonight, we're not voting to take 50 acres away at this vote. It's basically voting to negotiate with the Fair Association.
That's correct.
Okay. And all this does, a yes vote on this agenda item, all it does is authorize our county staff to talk with the association. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this is a bilateral negotiation, so nothing will be done without the Fair Association agreeing to those terms that you negotiate between them and the county staff.
Through this lease, that's correct.
Yes, yes. And so any proposals that both the Fair Association and our county staff come to an agreement upon will come back to the county commission for us to vote on, so that the public has the full opportunity to see what that negotiation has resolved into, as well as the Fair Association being able to comment publicly about what those negotiations have led to.
That's correct.
Okay, so that's what we're voting on tonight. And I really want to thank Commissioner Maddox for his line of questioning and dialogue with Ms. Muir, because that really does show that there's negotiation to be done, and there's opportunity there. So I'm going to vote yes on the item. I think it makes sense. Let's talk. Without this agenda item being voted in approval, there's no discussion, and there's nowhere to go. So voting for the motion and looking forward to what the county staff and our Fair Association come back with. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Minor. Commissioner Proctor, I see you in the queue, but before I would like to take a point of personal privilege to make my comments. Commissioners, I was a little frustrated over the last 24 hours related particularly to this item. Specifically because the letter that was sent to our board, number one, and then I saw the Facebook post that was posted by the North Florida Fair on social media. And, the reason I was specifically frustrated because I felt like the intent of the letter in the post did not align with the spirit of our board. I felt like that was misleading, and I felt like it was dishonest. And, as we are looking to go through negotiations in good faith, I don't think anyone up here, I personally, I'm not looking to eliminate having a fair year-round or all the wonderful activities that go on at the fair, on the fairgrounds. And I know our neighbors appreciate them, and I appreciate them. However, when I read the letter, commissioners, I was like, listen, I know when I'm being told to kick rocks. And that letter told us to kick rocks, right? And looking at what happened last fall related to the retirement gift. Madam Attorney, I'm not an attorney, but I'm pretty sure that violates Florida Statute 616-07, which basically says all money and property of a fair association must be used exclusively for legitimately purposes of the fair. So, we're looking at, as a board, to basically come in and invest $30 million in the fair. The fair makes a ton of money, yet, there's still no bathrooms over there. And so I'm frustrated because I feel like, we've acted in good faith. We're not beating down the IRS door. We're not beating down, asking for an active investigation to look at the improper use of funds on the North Florida Fair, which if you're buying a watch publicly with nonprofit funds, I can only imagine what's going in, that doesn't go to the board. And so I am going to vote on this motion because I believe in acting in good faith, and I would like to see us to have a good negotiated deal. However, I'm also really down to, if we want to look at this the other way, which could be us being a little bit more confrontational with the North Florida Fair. I'm good either way. What I want is what's best for taxpayers. Taxpayers want a North Florida Fair. They want all the activities that go along with the North Florida Fair. So I'm a deal maker. I think we should look at making a deal. I think that's what best serves the North Florida Fair. I think that's what serves taxpayers. I think that's what serves Leon County. But it feels like a little bit that that taxpayers are being taken advantage of due to a lease that's 75 years old. And I don't like that. So with that being said, commissioners, I do think that we should put some sort of timetable on Commissioner Proctor's motion to where we have this come back to our board. So that way, like, hey, we give the county administrator, 60 to 90 days to basically give the county administrator to go negotiate with them to then come back to us with an update. That way, this thing isn't dragged out. I mean, I would like to see some movement at the North Florida Fairgrounds, and I think that residents would like to see some improvements as well. Mr. County Administrator, how does that?
Yes, that's ample time. Thank you.
Could you do 90 days, Commissioner Proctor?
Yes, sir, I accept that.
Okay, so would you amend your motion to have a 90-day update?
Yes, sir.
Back to our
Mr.
board?
Chairman. Yes, sir.
Who seconded the motion?
Comment? Oh. Nick, yeah.
Point of information.
Wait, 1 second, 1 second. So I asked him to.
That's
amend-
fine.
Okay, cool.
I want to make sure that, who seconded it?
Yes, you seconded it.
Yeah, I'm cool with it, yeah.
I think we seconded the same
Yeah,
time.
that's fine, that's fine. Yeah.
So basically, so we're gonna have a 90-day update to come back to our board, right? Your point of information?
Just gonna say, I thought the item already had 60 days, but we're already there. That's
I'm sorry,
fine.
what?
I thought the item already had a 60-day update, but if this is where we're at, we're moving forward, I'll leave it be.
Okay, yeah, I just think within 90 days. I didn't know that the item actually said where it had to come back to us. Yeah.
I think, but there's a difference between,
Go ahead.
there's a difference between, you said, a 60 or 90-day update. What he's saying is that in 60 or 90 days, either we got a deal or we don't.
Yeah, it
I
comes
think
back to our board with an
that's the
update. We got a
difference.
deal, we don't. Yeah,
Yeah, within 90 days.
So you accepted that and you second the motion? Listen, guys, I want to make a deal. I haven't met with any of the board members. I'm happy to meet with the board members. I have full faith in our county administrator. I fully intend to be fair. Like, I would love to see I would love to see the fairground, pun intended. I would love to see that area come alive more often than it currently does. And I think that there is an avenue where our partnership can deepen and provide more opportunity for folks in that area and folks not only across Leon County, but surrounding counties that enjoy those benefits. All right, Commissioner Proctor, I have you in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, I think that an ordinance, and I want to ask County Attorney first. Madam Attorney, could we pass an ordinance that we limit any Board of County Commissioners from making 99-year leases, that we make a 7-year lease at the most with renewable, that we have a board made a 99-year lease?
Commissioner Proctor, can we come back to that during Commissioner time? So we can vote on this item? Yes, can we vote on this motion and then come back on that during Commissioner discussion time?
Yes, sir, we can do that.
Okay.
Let me focus then on,
Yeah.
but I want to know, can we limit any board from ever doing this again? Thank you. Commissioners, let me just say that the first time I was not all that perturbed by the letter coming from the fairground. That didn't bother me. There's a certain amount of posturing, as Commissioner Maddox pointed out. I recall the first time I tried to clear my throat, maybe the second time to my wife, it was an adamant no, you know. And I tried to encourage her to consider enhancement added to her life, with her giving open consideration to me being in her life, and she still said no. And I had to ask at least 3 times, yeah. And Commissioner Cummins broke down and told me that she never says yes the first time, second time, third time either. So sometimes many things that have occurred, Abraham Lincoln tried to get elected multiple times. So I didn't look at the sheet of paper as this is not going to rock steady and rock forward. I mean, everything that ever happened in my life, I got a no initially. So I'm not perturbed by this sheet of paper. What's unprecedented, however, is that we've never had a letter like this from the Fair Association. If you go back through the annals of communications, the board of the North Florida Fair has typically simply said, make us whole. We're open. They're not aloof. They're not hostile. They simply maintain this line, make us whole. So any movement, any machinations of our imagination about what happens, make us whole, keep us whole. We don't want to go backwards. That's been the spirit of this board. In particular, since this board, the Board of County Commissioners, 20-some years ago, me talking about the bathroom situation in facilities, the board designated me the go and talk to the Fairground Association. That was formidable. A different board, a different era, a different essence. And Commissioner Lee Voss, chairperson of the board, I believe a vice chair, fashioned a statement, and Vince, I don't know if you have literature from Mr. Voss, outlining that the fair was open to, but make us whole. And that has been the subsequent theme that has come. This is just a new tenor of communications that I'm willing to, and if there's ever been a difficult negotiations, it's been trying to, when this board designated me to negotiate a settlement agreement with Falls Chase. It had been stagnant for 32 years before I was asked to go settle that. I could settle this, y'all, I believe, if I was the negotiator. I'm that good. I listen that well. I think we can get there. And, but I'm at the mercy of this board and your thoughts. So knowing that every closed eye is not sleep, every goodbye is not gone, and every no is not hell no. So we got ground as far as I'm able to think about this. Commissioners, as Commissioner Cummings put forward, the operable, the IFAS Center is over there on the fairground. I think the mention of the stadium is on the fairground, but the school buses are parked over there on the fairground, and the sheriff, I don't know if the horses, the stable used to be over there on the fairground. So the fairground has functioned for the school board, the horses, not just the dog show, but the horses were there 24/7, football and IFAS. So there's functionality that we can coexist, chew bubblegum and walk, and things constant. So I'm very, very grateful for this board, your passion where you are right now, and I'm very mindful of President Franklin Roosevelt, his indication that the art of diplomacy is to have a steel fist, an iron fist inside of a velvet glove. And I know that Vince Long understands that well. And I think that the velvet glove, the carrot, all of those things matter. And that's certainly the posture that our board has always been in with the Fair Association, as it has always been their posture. Whatever y'all want to do, make us whole. And Vince, I think I've heard this board, we desire with $30 million that we got to give, and as Commissioner Keefe said, we ain't turning that over willy-nilly, and we got to have clarity about this money, what it seeks to do. And as Commissioner Maddox said, the control factor, our input, our shared agreement, those things deserve clarification. So, Chairman, thank you for the time spent shared, and looking forward. And we say to you, Ms. Knight, that we come in love. This is our community. We share it. We come as statesmen and women. We're not coming as the boogeyman, bad boys. So I ain't studying that letter y'all sent. I ain't thinking about y'all. We're not thinking about y'all. And we're not coming for a fight and confrontation. We're coming to work together, y'all, if we can. I believe we can. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right, Commissioners, let's take this to a vote. We have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Proctor, second by Commissioner Maddox. Staff recommendation, it's a motion for staff recommendation along with an update within the next 90 days coming back to our board. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. Passes unanimously. All right, Commissioners, so it's 5:45. We don't have a public hearing. What I'm going to do is do a 20-minute recess, come back at 6:05, and we'll bust out the rest of general business and then Commissioner discussion time. So we will call the meeting back in session at 6:08 PM. Mr. County Administrator, will you introduce item number 17?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, item number 17 provides a report on staff's financial review of Tallahassee Museum's use of TDT-funded grant awards following concerns about payments to board-affiliated vendor, in this case, without a competitive procurement process. At your direction, Commissioners, from the September 15th meeting, staff conducted a review of the museum's grant activity over the past 5 years through both the county's tourism grant programs as well as the COCA administered grant programs. Staff examined grant applications, agreements, payment records, required reporting documentation. It was a thorough analysis along with the museum's internal governance and conflict of interest policies. Based on the records reviewed, staff determined that TDT-funded expenditures examined complied with applicable laws, the museum's governing policies, the county's current grant guidelines, and the review did not identify any improper expenditures based on all of that. However, the review did highlight a policy gap in the current TDT-funded grant guidelines that can create the appearance of impropriety when grant funds are used to pay board-affiliated vendors, even when otherwise allowable and documented. To reinforce public trust and to protect the program's integrity going forward, the item before you is proposing revisions to the 26-27 county tourism grant guidelines to prohibit the use of tourism development tax grants to pay for board-affiliated vendors. And if directed, staff will work with COCA to implement comparable revisions to COCA's TDT-funded grant guidelines as well. With that, Commissioners, we're happy to answer any questions you might have. We're recommending options 1 and 2. Mr. Chairman, we do have one speaker on this item.
Great. First speaker?
Richard Moore.
Great to see you, Mr. Moore. Will you please state your name and address for the record?
Richard Moore, 211 Roden Cove Road, Tallahassee, Florida. I am a trustee at the museum and a former chair, and I wanted to be here today to answer any questions that may come up on this from the board member side. I was on the board doing all these discussions on the money being funded and like that. If there's no opposition, I'll waive any further public comment.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Moore. What we'll do is typically on this item, you'll have a wild public comment. If any commissioners want to ask, Mr. County Administrator, I can allow questions, right, during this portion?
Yes,
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
To your
so,
discretion.
We'll get to a point. Commissioners, anyone have any questions for Mr. Moore? No? Okay, great.
Thank you.
Yep. Commissioner Cummings, I see you in the queue?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move options 1 and 2.
Okay, we have a staff recommendation moved by Commissioner Cummings, second by Commissioner Maddox. Any discussion, Commissioner Cummings?
Yes, yes, Mr. Chair, I read this particular agenda item, and I want to thank the staff and the county administrator for laying it out. From what I understand, there's a claim that the funds were used to pay a vendor whose business was owned by a member of the board for about $1.2 million over a 5-year period. But the sticking point to me was that funds were expended to this particular vendor without a competitive bid process. And so when I read the agenda item, I'm not sure whether or not this particular vendor had the best price. I would think probably so, but I think the issue would be cured if in the staff recommendations, we would add that tourism development tax are prohibited from being used by a member of the board unless it's a competitive bid process, because I think the competitive bid process takes away the taint from providing that particular award to a business owned by a member of the boards. So what I would like to do is amend, I guess, option 2, to direct staff to draft a proposed revision to the counterterrorism grant guidelines and to work with COCA with comparable revisions that would indicate that funds cannot be awarded to a vendor owned by a member of the board, or owned by anyone perhaps, maybe, if the bids were not competitively solicited. So I think during that competitive process, an owner of a business on the board, it would be perfectly fine, because it would be above board.
Commissioner Maddox, do you maintain your second?
So, I'm sorry, can I ask a question? Just to
Yeah.
make sure I understand. You're amending the motion, the second part to say.
Amended a recommendation.
Right, to say
option.
that our staff will work with COCA staff to place in contracts that a vendor on the board cannot be awarded, or a vendor on the board cannot be awarded a contract unless it's.
Business owned by
Okay.
member of the board, unless it's during the competitive bid process.
I'll do that for her.
Okay, the county administrator wants to chime in.
Yes, thank you. It's certainly no objection to that from our standpoint. Commissioner Cummings, something you and I talked about in our briefings, and it would be good direction from the board. Just wanted to add that it is sort of a preference issue for the board, just to be honest and perfectly forthcoming. The board may say there's no amount, even if competitively done. We just believe that vendors, that board member vendors should be prohibited from engaging in any business, board-related business, which is kind of the way that we have it written currently. This would be, and I just want to provide clarification, this would be, again, as you say, Commissioner Cummings, that unless it was competitively bid, and that would be the case. And then that's a decision for the board to make, like where you come down on that issue. If it is the case where it is unless competitively bid, we can certainly develop what that bidding process, what an acceptable competitive bidding process would look like, maybe establish some thresholds there. You don't have to competitively bid if it's a nominal amount, like we have reflected in our policies, but did just want to identify that sort of preference issue there. One is a complete prohibition from engaging in vendors, board members engaging in work and benefiting from TDT funds to their personal businesses. The other one, as offered by Commissioner Cummings, would be to establish unless it is competitively bid. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you. Commissioner Proctor?
Mr. Chairman, I hope that Commissioner Cummings would appreciate, I would like to ask her consideration of one exemption or waiver, and that is when it's a sole source service. And if there's, your kinfolk is the only source of that particular service, then we allow an exemption.
Can you clarify what you're saying, Commissioner Proctor?
Counsel, can you clarify what I just said, please? Sole source service.
A sole source is when literally there's only one business that can provide the good or service. There is nobody else. That is the only time that they would qualify for that exception.
Would that mean like a non-responsive bidder?
No. This is if you want, it's specialization. Like if you want a widget that is purple and that is a certain size and a certain diameter, whatever, and there is only literally one company that produces said widget, that is a sole source, and no one else can produce it.
Commissioners, if I may, real quick, Commissioner Proctor. Russ, will you approach, please?
Chairman Command and fellow commissioners, good evening. I'm Russell Dawes, President and CEO of the Tallahassee Museum. I live at 2300 Orleans Drive, Tallahassee, Florida, 32308.
Thank you. Quick question, because Commissioner Proctor brings a good point. Do you guys have any vendors that you only have, can you repeat the question?
Sole source?
Sole source?
Probably, we have a sole source in terms of the food that we have to order for our carnivores or birds of prey. It comes out of Nebraska. It's a zoo product that's not available locally. There may be others, but nothing I can significantly think of.
And they're not a board member, the owner of that company?
Oh, no,
Okay,
no.
cool. Yeah,
This is strictly-
so I'm cool with that, Commissioner Proctor. Yeah, I'm cool with the friendly amendment. Hey, Commissioners, any other questions for the CEO? Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You have the floor, Commissioner Proctor.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, what time you plan to get out of here?
That's up to you.
I'm ready to go. I move that we go home.
Okay, well, I'll accept his addition,
Okay,
additional
great. You
language.
maintain the second? Okay, great. Commissioner O'Keefe, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good, I like the call for the sole source and a specific food vendor for a specific breed of wild animals, exactly what that might be. When I worked at WFSU, we had a sole source. You had to point the airwave to a very specific satellite location in space. And God bless FSU procurement, they were like, why can't you get another space satellite vendor to compete? I was like, only one satellite can occupy the physical space of space where that location is, and we did it every year. And so my point is, I understand, I'm all about accountability and transparency, but I also understand materiality. And I just want to make sure that some of these amounts are small, not the, alligator exhibit, but we're talking about tourism grants, and this policy applies to all tourism grants where it's small organizations, it's not the Tallahassee Museum, but we're making a policy based on something at the Tallahassee Museum that applies to everybody. And so I just, this is one where I think we might be putting too much regulation on a lot of small entities, but I'll go with the board on it. It's just, I hope we don't see where less organizations apply because they're going to have to start doing government-style procurement. That's all.
Thank you. Commissioner Cummings, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for clarification so that we will understand, this specific revision, a provision, only applies to businesses that are owned by board members of the Tallahassee Museum. So it doesn't apply to businesses at large, just businesses owned by members of the board of the Tallahassee Museum. So can I ask Mr. Dawes if any of those board members own companies that provide food for the elephants or the animals or the exotic birds or what have you?
Point of information, just actually what is being contemplated would apply across the board to all entities that receive county funding, not just Tallahassee Museum. So this change would not just be limited to Tallahassee Museum.
Okay, but it applies to board members of the various entities, though. Am I correct? Okay, all right, good.
That receive government funds, correct? County funds.
Yes.
Okay.
Specifically.
You're recognized, Commissioner Cummings.
Yeah, Mr. Dawes, I just had a general question, and I appreciate the county attorney for clarifying that, but it would be across all boards, and I think rightly so, because it shows transparency, not only with your board, but other boards as well that solicit goods and services. But my question was, do any of your board members own businesses that provide food services, what have you, for any of your exotic animals or any of the animals you have there at the museum, or birds or what have you?
Over the period of time, the answer is yes. Not that they necessarily were being paid for out of county or city or state funds. But there will be times where we may have an attorney on our board that provides pro bono services, or if not pro bono services, a significant discount. As the wonderful county staff found, I wasn't even aware, we bought $194 of T-shirts for our summer camp kids from a board member's company. Good job on finding that. So yes, it occasionally occurs, but 90% of it never is coming out of county or government funding. And with some, we follow all the grant guidelines. If those guidelines are written that way, we're going to follow them.
And you guys haven't run into a problem, an issue with putting out an RFP or competitive solicitation?
Not at all.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioners, listen, I think that this is just great. This is good policy. I think it provides the correct amount of government oversight. Oftentimes, nonprofits come to us and we award them funding, and then, nonprofits are not regulated with a certain level of oversight that government entities are. And so often, if we were to give out $500,000 contract or $300,000 contract, we would typically go through an RFP process or something of that sort. And this, I believe, item originated because I think it was last summer, Mr. County Administrator. It was reported to us that the Tallahassee Museum had given $1.2 million worth of contracts to an active board member without an RFP. And so, I'm not saying that was malicious intent. I'm saying, but it happened, right? And so, for all we know, that board member could have been doing it for a significantly reduced amount and could have been doing it or pro bono to help the Tallahassee Museum. I hope that it was done in the right spirit. However, I think that if that work is going to be done, I think it's important that, hey, you have an RFP process. If it's going to be done for a discount, then that bidder will come in at the lowest bid. So I think that I do think that this is good oversight, and I think that this is overall just good practice for all our nonprofits who receive funding, and there's a lot of it. I mean, this right here, the last 5 years is over $1.4 million in funding between, honestly, pretty much all through tourism. So that being said, big fan of Tallahassee Museum. You guys do a great job. I've taken my nephews there and done the zip lines course. Not a proud moment because I'm scared of heights, but I did it. So I appreciate what you guys do. With that being said, commissioners, will take it to a vote. All those in favor of Commissioner Cummings' motion on the floor, second by Commissioner Maddox, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay? No nays? Awesome. Passes unanimously. Mr. County Administrator, we're on number 18.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, number 18 seeks full board appointment to the Canopy Road Citizens Committee. The item the item presents in the options your appointment of one citizen to the Canopy Oaks Roads Committee for the remainder of a 3-year term, and you've got the eligible applicants before you.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion
Sure, yeah, good.
to appoint Mark Mahoney to the CRCC.
Do we have a motion on the floor to nominate who?
Mark Mahoney.
Okay. Second by Commissioner Minor. Commissioners, any other nominations? All right. All those in favor of the motion on the floor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. That was it, right?
Yes.
Cool. All right, Commissioners, we are on now citizens to be heard on non-agenda items. Do we have any?
There are no citizens to be heard on non-agenda items.
Great. Commissioners, so before we go to, we're now in comments and discussion items. I'm going to lead with the county administrator. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Passed unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the issue that you referenced, Commissioners, I would just like to take a minute to talk a little bit about the incident that you've all heard about related to the mobile home park last week and the county's response to that issue. Certainly a tremendous work that was done, and again, just to formally present to the board sort of what happened and what the county's response was and where we are now. Commissioners, at approximately 10 a.m. on Wednesday, February 4th, we were made aware through the chairman's office from media reports that a mobile home park near Enon Church Trail had been without water for roughly a week, creating an immediate public health and sanitation concerns. You may recall this was during the sort of the Arctic weather that was occurring around that time. By 1 p.m. that day, we had teams from Human Services and Community Partnerships and Emergency Management in the field, meeting face-to-face with residents and completing a needs assessment, collecting contact information, confirming water access for drinking, cooking, and sanitation, and making referrals to social service partners as needed. That same afternoon, county teams delivered bottled water from our emergency cache to each of the affected property owners to address the immediate potable water needs while conditions were verified. Concurrent to all of that, we engaged the Florida Department of Health, Leon County, which conducted an on-site visit to inspect water connections and spigots and to evaluate water, and initiated public health follow-up actions, including potential enforcement measures if the conditions were not corrected. Based on on verified conditions, Commissioners, including inability to reliably flush toilets and wash hands and bathe and cook, the county deployed a mobile sanitation station, an ADA accessible restroom, hand washing stations, and showers beginning Wednesday evening, and maintained it through Thursday and overnight into Friday in an abundance of caution, given the risk of cold temperatures impacting the already disrupted pipes that created the problem initially. County EM conducted a daily follow-up outreach by phone and in person to confirm water connectivity and to connect residents to 211 Big Bend and other resources to address unmet needs. In parallel, the county initiated code enforcement under the International Property Maintenance Code, minimum housing property maintenance standards, and continues coordinating with FDOH Environmental Health to ensure the property owner restores and maintains the service. On Friday evening, February 6th, Commissioners, after residents confirmed that water had been restored and remained stable, the county demobilized the sanitation statement, and total operational costs were approximately $33,000, and we're pursuing all available avenues to recoup those expenses. Commissioners, that concludes my update. I want to recognize the hard work and the quick action of County Emergency Management, HSCP, the facilities team, as well as the chairman and his office for their engagement and support throughout the response. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you,
You may
Mr.
applaud.
Yeah.
Thank you to all of them.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you, staff. Mr. County Administrator, first and foremost, I do want to give a big thank you for your leadership, staff's leadership across the board. Matt Cavell, Kiana, Kevin Peters. I mean, we activated very quickly on site, literally knocking on doors. Also, Leon County Health Department. We're knocking on doors, checking on folks, making sure to see who had water, who didn't. And I'm going to provide a little context. You know, we were being told, when our office was notified about this Wednesday morning, we were being told by residents that they had no water for 7 days. Meanwhile, the landlord, through his property manager, was being dishonest and relaying to our staff that the issue was fixed and that they had water. And so when we went over there to check, residents said that they had no water. We saw a family outside, including children. So this is a mobile home park where, you know, kids who go to Fort Braden School lived, elderly folk lived. And so, you know, this was really a neighborhood that folks who, you know, they're struggling, they need help. And I'm extremely disappointed that basically we had a localized human health crisis, due to a negligent landlord. And when we talk about, if we had a hurricane hit Leon County and folks were without water for 7 days, we would consider that an emergency. And this was a localized, in my opinion, emergency, and it really was due to, a negligent landlord, and I have an issue with that. Mr. County Administrator, how much money did Leon County taxpayers incur due to this?
About $33,000.
$33,000. Commissioner, I want to keep in mind also that during this time, the property manager was texting through their app residents saying that this was a City of Tallahassee water issue. Meanwhile, water was flowing directly to the meter, and so that was not true. And then recently, this is as of today, we've had reports to our office saying that residents in that neighborhood are now in fact said that the landlord threatened to turn their water off. And so I think that this is a serious issue that we as a board should look into further. Again, I'm thankful for the leadership of the county administrator and our staff being able to jump on this, but I think a precedent needs to be set that we are not going to tolerate negligence amongst our landlords, and this is not how we conduct business in Leon County. As a business owner myself, I welcome business, and I appreciate folks investing in Leon County. But this is, in my opinion, a landlord looking to take advantage of our neighbors who, quite frankly, don't have the means to protect or defend themselves. I think that's wrong. And so I have a motion that I would like to ask a commissioner if they would make it on my behalf, Commissioner Proctor. But basically, if a commissioner on my behalf would move to direct the county attorney to send a demand letter to the owner of the mobile home park for reimbursement of the costs incurred by the county because of the extended lack of running water at the park and resulting danger to the health, safety, and welfare of the residents who live there.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Moved by Commissioner Proctor, second by Commissioner Maddox. Any further discussion? Commissioner O'Keefe?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you also for standing up and getting out there to represent your constituents, and especially with constituents getting threats of retaliation and calling your office to report it just indicates how much they do trust you.
Thank you.
And that is well deserved.
Thank you.
So I support this. I just have a couple of questions just to make sure where we are legally. We can demand this. What is our authority for enforcing or anything like that? Just want to make sure we're not tripping ourselves up, make sure we're good with at least demanding.
We'd have to look at any available remedies at law or equity if the landlord does not respond and agree to reimburse the county for all of the money that the taxpayers expended because of his inability to timely provide running water to his residents.
Thank you. And then, do we know if there are any laws or consumer protections related to retaliation of tenants for reporting health issues?
I do not know. I have not researched that.
We've never had to. It's been a good thing until now.
Yeah, if I may, Mr. Vice Chair, maybe we could, if possible, could we have some folks from CMR, Mr. County Administrator, maybe get in touch and introduce them connect them with North Florida Legal Services?
Excellent. And then the only thing I think I would ask, and it may not need to go into the motion, but I think we ought to come back with information, even if it's an email, from the county administrator or county attorney of what laws and regulations there are to protect tenants in our community against that kind of retaliation, whether it's HUD, it may not be us, it's probably not us, but I think we ought to know and be able to answer your constituents to what protections they have, because they certainly are in a precarious situation already.
Thank you for the sentiment. Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioner Cummings?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I have some concerns on the line of Commissioner O'Keefe. Do we need a factual, I guess, a chronology of factual, some factual information about what specifically happened in the form of an affidavit or anything before we move to a cease and desist letter?
I don't think we're.
Madam County Administrator, I'm sorry, go ahead.
The motion isn't to send a cease and desist letter, it's to send a demand letter to reimburse the county for costs incurred due to his inability to provide water.
Okay, I described it wrong. Before we do a demand letter, do we need to have a factual basis of what occurred, when it occurred, denial on the part of the landlord to do any repair or to make any concessions for the residents in the mobile home park, elderly people, families, what have you? Is any of that a prerequisite, Madam Attorney?
I think that it's very narrow and targeted what was being proposed, and that is really simply, the county knows what money it has expended. It can quantify that. And this, I think what is being proposed at this point is just a demand letter to repay that money, those costs that the county has incurred. The predicate information about what caused it, I believe we would have to include in the demand letter, but that is information we would obtain from county staff and from Commissioner Caban in his office, Chairman Caban in his office. They were there and have all of that background information to include in the letter.
So, if I may, so we're not addressing that second portion right now. We're just looking at the reimbursement because it's a known number. We know what the county has expended. We know how that relieved the residents in the mobile home park, correct?
Yes, we can quantify the amount of money the county expended to provide that relief to those residents.
Awesome. And then, and I just want to, Mr. Chair, thank the county administrator because he actually gave us play-by-play, and probably through your office too, about what was going on over there and what was being done to make sure the residents had clean water, had water for baths, drinking water, and that type thing. So I really appreciate the expediency of the county administrator and of you and your staff as well to assist the people in your district that were having that issue. Yeah, and we know the weather was just real bad. It was real cold, and it was a lot of vulnerable individuals at that mobile home park. So thank you so much. I think that's a good indication, a good showing of how the county feels about its residents and how the county has care and concern. And beyond that, we put words into action. So thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Proctor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You did a great job, Mr. Chairman, staff responding to the crisis in that area. I want to know, can we also in that letter ask for an abatement of those 7 days of which people were without water? And I think that we should ask for an abatement 7 days, about 25% of the monthly whatever, because I believe, Madam Attorney, you might be able to help me, the presence of water is one of the elements that makes a unit habitable. And if you're charging folk for its habitable unit and it's without water, doesn't that cripple the idea, undermine it? And if that water is not available, then it was a dysfunctional residence. Huh? Inhabitable. Yeah. Inhabitable.
Yeah, there's definitely an argument that this landlord did not meet minimum housing standards for at least that period of time. There may be other issues as well. I'm not familiar with that. But I think there was previous direction to try to connect these residents to resources with Legal Services North Florida. That is something under landlord-tenant law, the tenants could pursue directly against the landlord because they are the ones who were harmed and should receive that potential remedy.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to amend my motion, if it doesn't add too much weight to the wagon, to ask for an abatement of rent for those period of days, I guess would be a pro rata basis of 7 days on their total rent coming from our board, at least an ask.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Maintain your second?
Yeah, I'm just saying, as far as that's concerned. This is a demand letter. We can make the demand, but we don't.
Yeah.
He doesn't have any legal, he doesn't have to say yes to either. And if he says no to both, we have no recourse. Madam Attorney?
I would say we definitely don't have any recourse with regard to the abatement because there is self-help on the part of the residents.
Right.
It's yet to be determined if we would have a remedy for reimbursement to the county.
Yeah, so I'll say, I'm okay with it. I just want to understand, how much power we really have in this, but I'm with it.
Cool, great. Anything else, Commissioner Butler?
No, sir.
Awesome. Commissioners, I appreciate the support. I think it means a lot to set a precedent for our residents in Leon County that there's a certain way to conduct good business, and there's a certain way to not do business, and it's certainly what happened last week was an example of how not to do business in Leon County, or anywhere, in my opinion. Mr. County Administrator, anything else? Oh, wait, we're going to vote on the item. All right, all those in favor of the motion on the floor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay?
That does it for me, Mr. Chairman.
What'd you say? Okay, great. Commissioners, I appreciate this support on that. We're still in commissioner discussion time. Madam Attorney, anything?
Nothing for the board, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Cummings.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to start off by asking for a proclamation for FAMU DRS. Their National Beta Club collected close to 300 blankets last month. It's my motion to give a proclamation to them.
Motion on the floor by Commissioner Cummings, second by Commissioner Maddox. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye. And let me just say, what I will probably do, Mr. Chair, is go to one of their school functions and present it in that way. They don't have to worry about transportation and travel for the entire club to come here to receive it.
Awesome.
Okay, thank you. I want to congratulate Mr. Kevin Peters for his award as well, and congratulate our county attorney who will be honored this week at FSU for being one of our former Tallahassee Bar presidents, right? Is that right? Okay. And so we plan to be there to support her this week. Mr. Chair, thank you all for indulging me last month for our meeting. And during commission time, had a couple of questions for our county attorney, but I couldn't really hear her that well. I don't think she heard me that well either, so I said I'd rather wait until I came in person. So I just had a couple more questions. I was asking her about outside counsel. She had sent us a memo about outside counsel with a very reputable law firm. And of course, I think I heard her say you don't have a list of attorneys that, I think you said you don't have a list that you choose from, right? Right. But I appreciate the fact that you indicated that in some instances you do a bid process. And I know for legal services you really don't have to under the statute, but I appreciate the fact that in some instances you do a bid process to select a firm, I guess based on their qualifications, their experience, and on their hourly rate as well. But my question was, and I didn't think you heard me, my question was, in instances where you don't have the competitive bid process, how do you select law firms to do outside counsel work for Leon County?
It depends on the type of case. Attorneys, as you know very well, as an attorney yourself, specialize in different areas of the law. So I look at the areas of specialty, and a big part of it, honestly, is rate, because some firms charge rates that just are not palatable, and frankly, even if we could afford them, I don't think would reflect well on the county for paying some of those hourly rates. So that's really, it's the expertise, the experience, the qualifications, and the rate. So I still look at all of the same criteria that I would when we do a competitive solicitation.
Okay, thank you, Madam County Attorney. And I've just had a couple, I guess, attorneys asking me about how would they go about doing some outside work for Leon County.
They can contact me.
I'm sorry?
They can contact me.
Would they send the firm resume or just call the office?
Whichever.
They can just call the office?
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel very fortunate that we frankly don't hire outside counsel very often.
Very often, right.
I'm going to knock on this wood right here.
You do it internally?
We do a lot of work internally, and most of our outside litigation work is handled through our insurers because it's covered by our insurance companies, and so the adjusters get to retain counsel. But yeah, I'm happy to receive any information that attorneys are willing to provide.
I'll pass on that information. And let me just add, this is just for my own information. In the county attorneys, how many attorneys do you have in the county attorney's office?
Fully staffed, we have 7 attorneys, including me and the deputy county attorney.
Okay. And can you give me the makeup of the attorneys now in your office, male, female, minority, what have you?
Let's see. I'm a female, white female. Emily Norton, the deputy, white female. Kyle Kemper, white male. Gretchen Brantley, white female. May Swartz, white female. Daniel Krumholtz, white male. And we have a new attorney who has not yet started, who will be a white male.
Okay. So we have only, okay, I'm sorry, 2, 4, 6, 7 females and 2 males, right?
Me, Emily, Kyle, Daniel, May, Gretchen, Daniel. 7.
Okay, awesome.
7 total.
I can tell you what, Commissioner Cummings, that would make me not want to get in a fight with Leon County just there.
I'm sorry, what?
I said, that'd make me not want to get in a fight with Leon County just now.
With all those females. Madam Attorney, I'm concerned about I know females are minorities, but I'm a black female attorney. When was the last time, have you had any blacks in the legal office?
From the attorney perspective, LaShawn Riggins used to be our deputy until she resigned to run for a judge.
I'm sorry, what now?
LaShawn Riggins was the deputy until she resigned to run for judge.
And that's the last
Yes.
black that we've had
Yes.
in your office?
We have not received any applications. I mean, we advertise every county attorney position that becomes available. You're welcome to review any of those applications that you would like.
And you haven't had any applications from any minority to become an attorney in your office?
It has been a very slim candidate pool, to be honest with you. And that's, I think, being felt in government all over the place. And in part, that's because it's much more lucrative to be in private practice than it is in government practice. And people are not relocating to Tallahassee.
Well, thank you, Madam County Attorney, for your honesty and for the information. But I will pass that along about just contacting you or sending in a resume. I want to, Mr. Chair, thank the county and the county administrator for embracing Black History Month. We've had a variety of cultural activities, including this past Saturday where Commissioner Minor and I participated in the African American read-in at the library where we read children's books written by African American authors. We called it the African American read-in. And I saw Ms. Monroe here earlier, who is over Leon County. Oh, she's here. Awesome, awesome. She did an awesome job of being our commentator there, emceeing it. We had a lot of kids that participated, and they were very engaged, very engaged. But I've noticed on the monitors where we've had celebrating African American History Month, Mr. County Administrator, and I know that's at your direction. So I appreciate the fact that the county recognizes the achievement of African Americans and the contribution of African Americans. And the county has been consistent. I mean, even before I got on this board, the county has consistently recognized the contributions that African Americans, and not just African Americans, throughout the year, this county recognizes other ethnic groups. And I think that says a lot. And I'm just proud to be a part of a county that sees the value and sees the worth in the contributions of all of us, regardless whether you white, brown, black, red. I just appreciate that we have that policy, and not only that policy, but it translates into how we operate on a daily basis. Having said that, and I feel strongly about this because this is Black History Month, and we're doing all we can to laud our people, but last week we witnessed, in my opinion, the needless ridicule of our first African American president and his wife. And they were depicted as animals, as apes. And I would just like for this board to recommit itself to the fact that we laud and that we appreciate the worth of every individual in this county, black, white, brown, and that we will continue, in my opinion, to respect the dignity and the worth of every citizen here. And I'm not sure how we do that, Madam County Attorney, if it's by proclamation, by declaration, but we had the first African-American president who was elected not one time, but 2 times in this country. And when he was elected, Mr. Chair, when that happened, many of us, black, white, brown, blue, we felt that we had actually reached the pinnacle of what Dr. King said in his speech, that he hoped that one day his children, and his children was all of us, because we were children at the time, some weren't even born, that one day they would be respected and recognized by the content of their character and not by the color of their skin. And I truly believe that when President Barack Obama was elected, that all of us felt that we had arrived to the point where we respect people for their character and for their contribution and for their intelligence, and that we no longer judge people by the color of their skin. But I do believe, and even today, I believe that we still feel that way. I believe his dream has come to fruition, and I don't want us to let a couple of insensitive incidents to color the way we as a board and the way we as the county, Mr. County Administrator, treat each other and the way we respect each other. And I would like for us, and I'm not sure how we do it, to not only embrace that, but to encourage all the citizens of Leon County to do so as well. And I'm not sure if that's a form of a motion. Is that, okay, that is my motion that we.
Mr. County Administrator.
Okay.
Yes, in addition to all the things we do. I hear what you're saying. But a way to lift that language up, I couldn't help but think, almost the exact language you used. Your charter committee actually received a recommendation, has passed along a recommendation to actually include in the preamble of our county charter language that says upholding the human dignity of the people who live in the community. It's one thing, but again, in our world, there's no other place where we can memorialize, it more strong than in our preamble of the county charter. Certainly, the board could pass resolutions and do other things, but just wanted to offer that. I mean, that as just one way. Then that one thing will be coming back to the board soon.
Commissioner Cummings, Commissioner Maddox has on point.
Okay.
Madam Immediate Pass, I think maybe a letter from the chair of the board or from the board endorsing that language that's being placed in the charter from the committee might get you where you want to go as well. I didn't know exactly what you were asking for from us. I know you said you wanted some kind of statement to say that we believe in that concept of equality, of everyone needing to be respected in everybody's lives.
Dignity and respect.
Yeah, right.
Every
I think, I don't know if you would agree, but just an endorsement from us to say that we look forward to that language coming back and that we agree with that language might get you where you want to go as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
If I may, I don't want to interrupt you, Mr. Cummings, but that's something that we can endorse as a board, whether it comes back to us from the Charter Committee or not, right? So, we ultimately have the decision to put something on the ballot or endorse it. So if that's important to you and we want language in that, you have my commitment. I'm willing to support that when it comes time for us to approve the charter amendments, proposed charter amendments.
Awesome. So it doesn't necessarily have to be a motion now, is what you're saying?
What I'm saying is an option is to just table it until it comes back to us
Coming back soon.
when we review the charter follow-ups, if that's the route you want to go. You have the floor, so it's your decision, but I'm just throwing out an option.
Commissioner Cummings, if I might, just what I would recommend based off of what you're asking for is that we send a letter to our committee, our CRRC, endorsing the language that the administrator just spoke of, and giving indication that we will support that language coming back to us.
When it comes back.
And then when we get back, I actually honor that word. I think what you're doing is very honorable, and I endorse it as well. So I think that would kind of be a step to getting us where you're trying to go. Thank you.
Commissioner Cummings? You good with that?
That's fine.
Okay. Is that all you have for commissioner discussion?
Let me see if I had something else.
Oh, on this item?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good.
I would say that procedurally, I would not want us to do any kind of committee tampering, and for us to do a letter is not preemptive, but for us to cherry pick one of the considerations above another that's being discussed by the Charter Review Committee. I really just procedurally concerned. However, procedurally, my instinct is to oppose us sending a letter to pick one measure out as, yet substantively, I recognize that these are critical and sensitive times, and substantively, there is a lot of backing away from the respect universal shown to people, and given the sensitivity of many people, not trembling, don't know if to go blind or what to do, this particular issue is of that essence. So much so is it in the season of high sensitivity that the president of Florida A&M University released a letter yesterday evening with respect to students at the FAMU Law School believing that they could not use the historically black college and university, HBCU, and that the student there were saying that they could not use because certain words had been eliminated. You can't say no more. So the president of the university, on yesterday, I received a copy of that letter, indicated that at Florida University, it was in keeping with the governor, the board of governors, the board of trustees, that it's okay for the students at the law school to say black, to use the word black at a black university. To the extent that 130-some-year-old, almost 40-year-old university has to clarify what began as a normal school for colored people, whether or not you can use the word black just yesterday, undergirds the tone, the sensitivities, and that's why I said that procedurally I would not want our board to get in that business with that committee. But substantively, this moment is so pregnant. It's just pregnant with fright, intimidation, and black people themselves don't know if to call themselves black. And when you was in law school and you black, and you just can't put a flyer out for a Black History program, and you don't know if it's legal, okay, your funding is going to go away because black people can't recognize themselves as black. What do you take away next from them? The names are already gone. We're not Kentakunte, we Proctors, we Maddoxes. That ain't our name, but hell, we lost that a long time ago. So we don't even have a race. We don't belong to nothing. It's that kind of fear. So substantively, given the nature of what Commissioner Cummings is saying, I am totally empathetic, and if this board wanted to go in that direction, but to the extent that Commissioner Maddox is pointing out, we still get to comment on matters that we want to go on the ballot. And if we could keep our gunpowder dry, Commissioner Cummings, I would prefer, Commissioner Maddox, that we wait and not step and choose one issue to endorse over the others.
Mr. County Administrator?
Just a quick clarification, speaking to Commissioner Proctor's comments. The committee, you'll be happy to know, has already approved the language. So it'll be coming back to you as approved. So anyway, thank you.
Yeah,
Never mind, let me hush.
Mr. Chair, yeah, I tend to agree that perhaps sending a letter might sort of interfere.
They've already approved it.
Yeah.
It's already been approved.
So it's coming back to us. It's already coming back to us.
Okay, and what has been approved?
The language, the preamble has already been approved.
Oh, okay.
It's not swaying it because they've already approved it.
Oh.
It's just giving indication that we,
Okay. But no, what I'm saying is I believe it's probably premature for us to write them a letter, I don't think. And I agree with Commissioner Parker that we shouldn't send them a letter. We shouldn't interfere with that process of their autonomy. If it's in the process, it will be coming back to us if we feel that's what's expedient to wait. But I just feel that what's happening now is expedient as well. And I think aside from what the Charter Revision Committee is doing, I just wanted this board to look at it from that standpoint and see Madam County Attorney, and like I say, maybe proclamation, declarations, but none of that is appropriate, or if you can tell me what is appropriate, and then we can vote yes or no.
Well, a proclamation is usually presented to someone else.
Right.
But certainly, the board has adopted resolutions in other circumstances when it has felt strongly that it needs to voice a position on a certain matter. So, there would be precedent for the board adopting a resolution.
A resolution with that language.
Yeah. You got the floor. So whatever route you want to go, you got the floor.
Okay, so that will be my motion then, to use the word resolution, Mr. Chair, and I'm not sure who seconded it first.
Commissioner Maddox.
Commissioner Maddox.
Yes.
Okay.
So you would like a resolution, second by Commissioner Maddox, stating what position?
Well, stating our position to respect and recognize the dignity of all individuals, and that we urge, and of course, that'd be other language, but we urge all citizens in Leon County to also recognize the dignity and worth of all citizens, regardless of age, race, creed, color.
Great. Everyone understand the resolution request? Awesome. All those in favor of supporting the motion on the floor, moved by Commissioner Cummings, second by Commissioner Maddox, signify by saying aye. Aye. Passes unanimously.
Awesome.
Anything else?
I might have something else. I think that's all I have, Mr. Chair. Now, let me just follow up. Do you want me to draft it? Is it something the county attorney would
I
draft?
think you could work with staff and draft it right, and then.
The staff will do it, Mr. County
Yeah.
Administrator? Okay,
Cool.
awesome.
I'm sure they'll include your input.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome.
I'm done.
That's it?
Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Minor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it. Okay, I'll try to be as quick as I can. So Representative Schoaf and Senator Simon from our legislative delegation have submitted a local funding request for Lake Jackson habitat restoration. And so I'd like to make a motion for the County Commission to support this local funding request and to add it to our Leon County legislative priorities.
Question, Mr. County Administrator? Is that not one of our priorities?
It's not this specific appropriation, so this would be great. It would give us the direction to ensure that we include it in our legislative platform. We'd have done it anyway, but it's good to have it. It makes it official.
Great.
So, yeah.
Any other questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Great, thank you. Also, on February 17th, it's basically a week from today, we're organizing a breakfast meeting for North Monroe businesses. And law enforcement will be there. We're going to be talking about the business crime watch networks that have been established over the last couple of years, talk about improvements in public safety, both within the city limits and outside the city limits, talk about addressing homelessness, and an update on infrastructure. So that's going to be February 17th at 8:30 a.m. at the Days Inn on North Monroe. That's 2900 North Monroe Street. Everyone's welcome to come. It's targeted toward North Monroe businesses, so the attendees our marketing has gone strictly to them, but anybody can come. Anybody that has an interest in North Monroe and wants to get an update, as well as measures that we're taking to improve public safety and tips and hints for how businesses can protect their customers and employees. So,
Commissioner Minor, one second. Madam Attorney, do we need to publicly notice that if multiple commissioners attend?
No, as long as you don't engage in matters that could foreseeably come before the board, you attend the same
Awesome.
events all the
Could
time.
you send that in an email? Because I might.
yeah, sure, I'll send that to everybody else. So February 17th, 8:30 a.m., Days Inn Monroe, 2900, Days Inn on North Monroe at 2900 North Monroe Street. And then, Mr. Chairman, you sent out a really great letter about our county attorney and the new award that she had won. So I want to definitely congratulate our county attorney, Chastity Osteen, for the Martha Barnett Women Lawyers of Achievement Award. Huge, huge honor. Mr. Chairman, great letter that you wrote announcing that. I just want to congratulate her. And then finally, just want to wish everybody happy Valentine's Day. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the folks coming here from the American Heart Association and the student from FSU to talk about safety and complete streets. And so they have sent some information ahead of time to me. I think they might have sent it to everyone else, but given that, I would like to ask for an agenda item to consider a complete streets ordinance to come back from staff working with the folks at American Heart Association.
Motion moved by the Vice Chairman, second by Commissioner Maddox. That was, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. did you say that was part of our comp plan already?
Yes, but based on that motion, we could evaluate to the extent that those two things differ, or if there's more that we still need to do. We do have that element in the comp plan. But again, we could look at the difference between the proposed ordinance and the comp plan language.
It's an important question. That's part of what that would be. The high-level version, they only give me the high-level version. If it gets more detailed, we're in trouble. We have a pretty good start and pretty good as far as our objectives and our comp plan and stuff like that. But ideally, what ideal complete streets ordinances look like, have some more specificity and refer to those things. So we'd like to see I'd like us to see what those options are.
Great. Motion on the floor moved by the Vice Chairman, second by Commissioner Maddox. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. No nays, passes unanimously. Mr. Vice Chairman.
Awesome. Just, can I ask for a quick update on where we stand with the protecting the boundaries of and examining the need to protect historic cemeteries that were unearthed at Tom Brown Park, where we're the owner of the land, and we had asked the staff to keep up on it and say, I mainly want to know where we are and make sure that we are preventively protecting any areas that may have people's remains there.
At the risk of, I saw the engineer going to the podium and I got scared, so I'll jump in and preempt him. But no, I just wanted to say that we're actively engaged with the city and the state, a couple of departments of the state. They're doing a very comprehensive evaluation of the site, and we'll be bringing that back to you to include anything additional that we need to do to protect the site, ensure access to the site, and also to memorialize the site as well. The Department of Historic Resources that's taken the lead not only does the evaluation, but also has resources to do those sorts of things. And so we'd be bringing that all back to you soon.
Excellent, thank you. And then my final is, I'm curious, this came up earlier, and it comes up in a lot, and I agree with a sentiment repeated by our chairman over the years about being elected officials in our office budget and being held accountable. Where does the requirement that any travel be any board travel be approved by the whole board, does that come from policy or ordinance or statute?
Mr. Chairman, it's the board policy, but it was a policy that was based on previous audits.
Okay.
You know something about that, don't you?
Not anymore, I'm just serving the public.
If I have a follow-up question, are you continuing to talk about that?
I'd like to hear what you say.
Yeah, question. What is our current policy around staff travel?
Staff, it depends on what level. It's very specific, as most of our policies are, in terms of approvals and at what levels they're approved. There's very thorough.
Is there as strict as a policy for staff travel as there is for commissioner travel?
It's scrutinized more because all of any travel expenditure must be approved through the direct supervisor. And then even you may recall, a couple of years ago, even the county attorney and myself, we were included in our rewrite to the board's policy. So there's the pre-approved list, and then anything above and beyond that is a separate approval. But we'd be happy to bring anything back and give the board options.
I would also say that anybody who travels is supposed to fill out a pre-travel authorization form that identifies the purpose, provides all the backup documentation, all costs, everything across the board. And that's all supposed to be approved prior to travel.
Okay.
Okay. Since you said it came from an audit report, I have to honor it. And I would say I trust the county administrator and the county attorney within our budget, but I don't need to pull an agenda item to change that policy if you haven't asked for it. So thank you.
That it? Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Commissioner Proctor. Remember, you told us you wanted to go home.
Thank you very much. Well, if you can just approve me going down to Trinidad in the morning, represent our board, I can shut up now and head to the airport. Get there. Great meeting, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Commissioners, great meeting. I'm excited. To Commissioner Cummings' question about diversity, and diversity still being a part of the emphases of our county. And on yesterday, I wanted you all to know that this board, staff afforded me a tour of the septic to sewer projects. And let's see, there were 4 staff persons. There was Sam, one of our engineers, who I think is he African, Sam? Okay, Sam, Nigerian. Okay, there was Brent. Is Brent American? Brent American. Okay. There's Nafal. Nafal, where you from?
I was from the African continent.
Africa. Okay. And then there was Mr. Wu. Wu, where you from? See, China. Okay. I mean, it was the United Nations in there, and that was me from the South Side. So, all 5 of us were from 5 different countries, and 5 different countries, different worlds. And I thought that, though I did not comment on it yesterday, but the dynamics that you were touching upon with the county attorney made me think of the diversity which I experienced from engineering, our engineers. But the tour, septic to sewer, if you've not taken it, commissioners, I was just overwhelmed by the amount of work, what has occurred, and the functional basis of what we've done to tweak the underground infrastructure, which would allow for an expanse of what we do on top of the ground, has been major. I appreciate the tour coming from Mr. Wu, Mr. Fall, Mr. Brent, and Mr. Sam. And it's, we always see these pictures with lines, but we got a chance to go and see where under the ground. Phenomenal work. Shouts out, kudos to our staff. And Vince, thank you for that arrangement. And commissioners, I encourage you to take a look at that. The Leon County Health Department is on my mind, and commissioners, it's my understanding that more than 30 personnel have been dismissed, fired, disappeared, and just a couple weeks ago received notification. And I'm asking for a status report of the turnover, the years served, and how much experience that we have lost. I know that we're not under Mr. Kennedy, I don't think, Mr. Trump, but the speed with which the turnover of seasoned professionals is occurring, I would like to request of the board support a review of the status of personnel over the last 3 years, what is going on at Leon County Health Department. Motion.
Second. Motion moved by Commissioner Proctor, second by myself. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Thank you.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Woodville food giveaway was phenomenal. Our staff continues to do a tremendous soft touch. Our staff has quite the humanitarian spirit, and you can feel those things. And I want to applaud the Public Works division that was there. Was it Amanda? Was that right? Amanda was in charge. Abby was there on Saturday. Danielle was there, and we had just loads of students from FAMU. It was incredible, great, and to see the functioning of Leon County in the Woodville community in times like these, and affordability is certainly an issue that is not. Woodville has not been exempted from the issues of affordability, and that we were right there where we needed to be this Saturday, trying to make a difference. As you were trying to get the water on, vital, we were trying to get nutrition in the home. He was trying to get the water turned on, we were trying to get nutrition, and all of that county effort, and I thank you so much for that. Madam Attorney, I want to ask, in light of the 99-year lease and stuff, do we need an ordinance to limit our leasing to 7 years? Or how do we kick out a 99-year lease that binds the hands of this board or future generations? We should not be able to do that to anybody. Would it be within the spheres of our authority to limit ourselves to 7-year lease agreements at the most?
Mr. Chair?
Yep.
There are some statutory constraints on the duration of leases. Also, just in common law, there are some constraints. I think that's why you ended up with a 99-year lease to begin with, because that was, I think, the maximum potential duration of any lease that would be legally permissible. The board can certainly adopt an ordinance to further constrain the duration of any lease. There may be certain circumstances where you want more flexibility than that. That's a policy call for the board to make, notwithstanding the fact that any future board can repeal or modify that ordinance going forward. So that's not set in stone.
Okay. Commissioners, I'm interested in and if tonight's a poor evening to rendezvous on this point, and let's kick the can down the road. But I would like to see us cap any board from a 99-year lease agreement on properties owned by Leon County. That's unconscionable. And here we are, victims, if you will, subsequent board bound by the limits of yesteryear. I think Commissioner Welch's comment about, the distinctions of the warp, time warp, and our commission advancing progressively 21st century, and other spectrums of thought a little limited in another era. And I think that we do a disservice in the future. And I would not lift it tonight, but I will kick this can down the road. I do believe we need to visit stuff like that. That's unconscionable, 99-year leases. So we'll do that, Mr. Chairman, if you afford that another time. Happy Valentine's Day to everyone. Happy Black History Month to everyone. The recognition of Mrs. Johnson tonight, just totally elated. The recognition of Mrs. Cobb, we're just totally elated. And, sometimes we see people and we miss the commitment with which they have to their jobs, rain, shine, snow, and for a lady to say, I prayed for the job, and to serve as if God directs her when she gets out of bed to go and do that job, to execute that job with that kind of grit and determination is phenomenal, because Mrs. Johnson, on the hottest of days, she's perspiring, but she's doing her job. And that felt really good tonight to recognize and thank you all board for allowing us to capture those citizens' work. And then finally, commissioners, sometimes I can't see as well. And I went back to, and going back to December 9th meeting, I wanted to look at these planned roadway projects. And I know that I'm in another meeting gone by, but when I was looking back through attachment 1, I didn't see this before, and I apologize, but on page 91 of page 324, 91 of 324, attachment 1, we got roads, Mr. Chairman, the Woodville Highway, State Road 363, to add 2 lanes, right before you get to Capitol Circle. I'd like staff to brief me on that, please. Also, the Capitol Circle, Crawfordville Road, the Spring Hill Road, to add 4 lanes there. I like a timetable and a briefing update. We were presented with, and those of you who serve on the CRPTA may be more familiar with 319 from south of Wakulla County line to south of LL Wallace Road adds 2 lanes. And I'm hopeful that the adding of those 2 lanes has something to do with widening Crawfordville from 363 to Wakulla County line. But I'm just looking at this sheet of paper and all these maps y'all gave us. Hell, I can't see this teeny weeny writing. But I want to know because, and then the Orange Avenue, Lake Bradford Road to Cypress Lake adds 2 lanes. And then this part, Vince, we have Orange Avenue, Cypress Lake to Monroe Street. It adds 2 lanes. And that little stretch right there, the Airport Gateway adds 2 lanes, multimodal. I don't know if the Airport Gateway is Lake Bradford Road or Spring Hill Road. I don't know. We got a lot of arrows and whatnot pointing around. But I need clarification on page 91 of 324 from our December 9th meeting. And then the final thingy here is the Airport Gateway. I need clarification, Vince, on all of this right here. So those things of concern. I want y'all to know I ain't gonna be sitting up here with y'all forever. But some of this stuff got to move and need to happen before I leave y'all. I don't want to sit here all this time and crap like this right here been pointing at us forever and ever, and the fairground forever and ever. It's just stuff that some of it can't move. It's just stagnant. And if you help me, then I'll know how to advocate going forward and all like that. Now, you all know that I don't care what folks say about Commissioner Maddox, but the rest of y'all is all right with me. And I love you. I love you day and night, and ain't nothing you can do about it. And sometimes Nick Maddox is all right with me, you know. But we have a great board. Love you guys to death. And I'm going to talk about you, but I ain't going to let nobody else talk about you. I promise you I wouldn't let no one else talk about my commissioners. Please note that I won't be in attendance. I know you're going to be looking for me in Washington, but I want you to represent well and bring back the bacon. I won't be able to make it this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Proctor. Commissioner Maddox.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to request a proclamation for Dynamic Explosion Cheer Mental Health Awareness event in March. It'll be presented on site.
Proclamation requested by Commissioner Maddox, second by myself. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye.
Request for proclamation for the inaugural P-Funk Festival and the 85th birthday celebration of George Clinton to be held on April the 11th at the Phipps Forum.
Second.
Proclamation requested by Commissioner Maddox, second by Commissioner Cummings. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Passes unanimously.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I make a comment on it, please.
Sure.
In 1977, when I was a student writer for the Howard University Hilltop newspaper, the first article I ever wrote was a concert that covered George Clinton in Landover, Maryland, and the mothership landed that night, and it came down inside of what then was called the Landover Capitol Center, I believe it's called. And that was the first article I ever wrote. It was on George Clinton. And when he said, we're going to turn this mother out, they turned it out.
They turned it out good?
1 year later,
I tell him that. Every time I see him, I tell him that.
Mr. Maddox.
We want the funk.
You know, Mr. Chair, this may seem a little bit weird, but I'm gonna throw it out there. In an effort to extend the olive branch and to realize, or to recognize the success there, I'd like to extend a proclamation to North Florida Fair for their years of successfully putting on our fair and running that organization since 1954. Well, actually 1949.
So we have a proclamation requested for the North Florida Fair, second by Mr. Vice Chairman. Any discussion?
Look, look, regardless of where we are in discussions, when I read through that letter, I mean, what I did realize, that's a long time. That's a long time to do anything. And for them to be in the position they're in, and when I was outside, one thing that was said to me was when they started this thing, they had no money, none. For them to successfully operate the fair and get to a point now where they got money in the bank and are at a point that they can actually say, hey, we're willing to stand on business so much so that we're willing to walk away from an investment because we have our own dollars. I mean that's pretty it's pretty stout, man. I think that deserves a recognition. So, I mean, it may not be, my way of doing business, but I like it. So I want them to know that we appreciate what they've done for our community, one, and two, they deserve to be recognized for the years that they put together this run that they got, and now they can sit here and say they got money in the bank to the amount that they have it. They're a successful organization that's done civic good within our community, so I want to recognize them. Maybe that'll help Bill get his bathroom and his name up, trying to do my part.
Just got a second. I just want to know what they do with all that money. I mean, it's a nonprofit.
Well, no, wait, because I will say, I'm not trying to defend, but what I will say is that when I was outside having a conversation with their chair, Ms. Shonda Knight, she said that they actually do have some renovations in the plans and ways they're going to spend that money. And what I said to her was, well, why haven't y'all made a presentation and told us yet? Bill been asking, I'm sorry, Commissioner Proctor, who don't like me, been asking for bathrooms now for 75 years, and y'all didn't want to come tell us y'all about to put bathrooms in. So I think that there's been a lack of communication there I would say on their side and maybe some on ours. And that relationship, our relationship with them does not have to be as strained. So I would actually like to see what plans for renovation they had. I didn't know they had any. So when she told me, I was like, cool. So anyway, I want to do the proclamation. But then too, if they had some plans for renovation, I'd like to see what that looks like too. They were going to spend some of their money, so.
Let's get their $2 million added to our $30 million. We got $32 million to do something.
There you go, so.
Yeah, listen, I'm willing out of good faith to support the proclamation, but they got 90 days, the way I look at it. They got 90 days to do a deal with us. So that's just where I'm just being honest. So, 90 days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It don't matter to me, just get it delivered.
Yeah.
We want the funk.
All right, guys, let's bring it back
Gotta
center.
have that
Let's bring it back center. Let's bring it back center. All right, guys. Proclamation requested by Commissioner Maddox, second by Mr. Vice Chair. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Passed unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good meeting.
Yes, sir.
Chair, my ADD is kicking. That's why I said we're going to turn this.
Commissioner Welch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to wish Commissioner Proctor and the County Administrator an early happy birthday. They're both turning 45 on Sunday, the 15th of February. I'm sorry, 90 each if you combine them together.
We stuck like Chuck.
Stuck like Chuck.
Yeah.
Be a slow race.
I would like to add that to, I'd like to make a proclamation, a resolution that they race. I want to ask for a proclamation for the Childs High School varsity co-ed cheerleading team, which won a national championship on Sunday. And I'll have to
Proclamation
give-
requested by the immediate past chairman, second by Commissioner Minor. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Thank you, and congratulations to my middle daughter, Cameron Welch, who was on that team. So,
Nice.
thank you, guys. That's all I have.
Awesome. Mr. County Administrator, do you think Commissioner Proctor was circulating that graphic with roads of Leon County? You think we could get an email update in regards to the Airport Gateway project? It's been quiet for some time and want to know if there's any movement, particularly with Segment C, see where that's at.
Absolutely. We can do that.
Awesome, thanks so much. Commissioners, I don't have any business to discuss. I covered it earlier during the county administrator's discussion time. I appreciate you all and the unanimous support on that item. I think it sends a strong sentiment of what we're going to tolerate and not tolerate in Leon County. I hope you all have a great Valentine's Day weekend. Happy birthday to the county administrator, Commissioner Proctor. You don't look a day older. Madam Attorney, congratulations again. Looking forward to celebrating you tomorrow night. Commissioners, I invite you all to join us to celebrate the county attorney. So, and with that being said, we will stand adjourned.